It is time. It is time. It is time. It is time. Alright, sorry I started a tad late, but we should be streaming for 4 hours. It feels like it's going in a pattern. It's like 4 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours. Tomorrow should be 6 hours. So, let's see. Anyway, hold on. Start. Load. Episode 6. Alright, what does Chapter 9 have in store? Oh, hold on. I forgot to record it. Also was drinking coffee. Anyway. Erica had returned to the room that had been given to her on the second floor of the guest house. Let's see. First stream we went through 3 chapters. Here's stream for roughly 4. Yesterday we finished 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5 chapters. So, yeah, today we should be doing 3, hopefully, we'll see. Erica returned to the room that had been given to her on the second floor of the guest house. The next room over was empty. It was very quiet there. Even pressing her ear against the wall wouldn't enable her to listen in on the voices in the cousin's room. Even with hearing power boosted by the detective's authority, it would probably be impossible to make out anything. This room was the farthest down the hall, a long ways away from the cousin's room. Hey, Tofu. What a strong start, huh? I kind of forgot Battler had control. Yeah, he kind of fucked you over. Hello, Valuda.
その方が私もいいです。あのクソガキどものトランプで遊ぶ黄色い声なんて聞きたくもありませんから。
You might want to listen this time. You might want to try harder to listen in on them this time. I'm not gonna lie, like, it would benefit you greatly. This whole time, Erica had been sitting at the desk working at something. She was preparing some of those duct tape seals from before. Alright. That shit still pisses me off. Smart! Pisses me off, though. She had asked Kumasawa for the stickiest tape available. She drew a complicated, forgeable signature on it with a permanent marker, then added slits through it. By sticking this over a place that she wanted to prove had remained closed, she could create a powerful seal equal in strength to the Red Truth. Those menacing seals had concerned cornered. I just woke up. Nazi so thoroughly in the previous game. What? Oh wow, new sprite. I didn't realize that they would actually go out of the way to make a whole new one just for tape, but okay. But cornering Nazi doesn't really... It's not really that big of a feat. Let's be real.
これいかがしましたか？ やられました。バトラめ、周到ですね。
Wait, she can't use tape this time? Oh, thank God. Erica shrugged and showed the piece of duct tape she had cut off to Dulanor. By sight alone, Dulanor couldn't tell what had annoyed Erica. Is it not sticky? Or as sticky? However, as soon as she held the tape, she realized the difference right away.
これではダメです。ええ、粘着力、ほとんどないです。
Oh, Battler. Oh, Battler. He got so sick of it, he's like, fuck that tape. Fuck your tape.
これじゃあ、赤き真実には至れない。
Even duct tape can be of low quality, and it sometimes gets weaker with age. Sometimes. Isn't that all the time? Which duct tape doesn't get weaker with age? I want to see that one. The tape Kumasawa had found was a bit too weak even for normal use. It wasn't nearly sticky enough to be used as a detective seal.
きれいに剥がすことが可能です。
Natsuki can corner herself on her own merits just fine, yeah?
これでは封印を示す証拠にはなり得ません。バトラもそこまで見下げ果てたほど無能じゃないってことですね。おそらくゲームマスター権限でこの島のすべてのガムテープに干渉したんでしょう。
Isn't that better for you, Erica? It'd be more entertaining that way, isn't that what you want? Letting Erica get her hands on duct tape gave her a fatal weapon to use against witches. The previous game had proven this fact, and so Battler had removed that weapon from this entire mansion.
おそらくガムテープに代わる品もすべて干渉を受けているに違いないです。ですね。ま、良かったことにしておきます。おかげでこの冷たい雨の中、みっともない姿で外壁を這い回らなくて済みますから。
Erica tossed the duct tape aside and flopped spread eagled onto the bed. Girl has done nothing, and she's acting like she just finished a 9 to 5.
探偵のたしなみですし、あんたもどうせ第一の番が発覚するまで出番ないんですから。どこかに姿消して一服でもしてたらどうですか？私の顔なんか見てても疲れるだけでしょうし。
Dulanor with a cigarette? I bet there's a drawing of that somewhere.
タバコは吸わないです。子供ですので。
Oh. Never mind. Like, yeah, just the image of Dulanor taking a smoke break is amazing. Girl goes through too much.
そうですか。
She already has to deal with Erica's bullshit. She needs some, like, way to alleviate that.
私は吸いたいです。出演者たちが歌うほどの気分を爽快にさせる効果があるならの話ですが。
No, I never really got the whole smoking thing. I'm good. Get that smell away from me.
ご機嫌が優れられないようです。そう見えます？
Man, I didn't know taking her tape away would make her so sad. Sorry? Erica answered lazily, still looking up at the ceiling. That in itself was half an answer. The silence between the two was filled by the sound of the wind and rain. It was so quiet that it was hard not to listen to the ticking of the clock. We'll just go to bed or something, I don't know.
エリカ卿、お尋ねしてもよろしいですか？内容によります。多分、ノーですが。
Go on. Ask it.
一応、暇つぶしに聞いてあげます。何です？
Erica's probably bored as well. Probably? Like, no, definitely. She has nothing to do. Battler kind of fucked her in that regard. Or maybe the sound of the rain was making her sentimental. She assented, which was very unlike her.
なぜエリカ卿は魔法を嫌われるのです。
Yeah, why do you hate Maria specifically?
ああ。
Magic killed my grandma, okay?
さっきの下のマリアとのやりとりの件ですか？あんなの子供騙しのくだらない手品です。誰だってわかっています。 ああまでして幻想を打ち砕く必要があったのですか？私にはわからないです。
Had been a childish fight. Yeah. Erica didn't need Dylan to tell her that. So, you know, in the middle of that fight, I think she needed someone to tell her that. I mean, she has been told that, but it's good to remind her of her embarrassing moments. I'm okay with this.
自称知的蹂躙者としましては、
You should really go with a different title.
魔法なんてもので真実をうやむやにすることが許せないわけです。それを暴くことに優越を感じられているということですか？私には他の感情が感じられます。他の感情？何です？優越というよりはもっと何か別の負の
Are we
感情を
actually
感
getting
じ
like
ます。
Erica characterization? What? There's lore behind her hating magic?
やっぱり
Other
あ
than
んた
her
は
being
ただの殺人人形です。
Berncastle's piece? Okay.
その目も節穴みたいですね。失礼しました。許してほしいです。
Well, even then, Berncastle's a witch, so like that doesn't really check out. But I just thought like Berncastle made her as a piece that just hates magic. I didn't know there was a reason for it. I thought it was just a thing that was, you know? Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense. Erica rolled over grumpily, turning her back to Delanor. Because of this, Delanor couldn't see her expression. Even so, for some reason she could guess that this completely unobserved expression was one of pain, interpreting this to mean that Erica wanted her to go away. Delanor gave a bow and made to leave. Then Erica suddenly spoke. The words came so far out of the blue that Delanor doubted her ears, and she had to ask Erica to say it again.
今、何とおっしゃいましたか？あなたのことが好きです。
Hmm? Hmm? Is this a ship that I didn't know about? It really was out of the blue. Delanor wanted to ascertain what Erica really meant, but the latter still had her back turned and her face was out of sight.
ありがとうございます。
She's blushing.
以前は別の子と付き合っていましたが、
Oh!
今は完全に切れています。
Umineko went woke. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. The LGBTQ got him again.
周りの人たちは僕たちを妬んでありもしないことを言いますが、気にしないでください。俺は君に生涯のすべてを捧げるから、君も俺にすべてを捧げてほしい。二人で一緒に幸せになろう。
Delanor avoided asking what she was talking about and stood there in silence. For a while, Erica kept on speaking in that dull and emotionless tone, repeating soppy phrases that might have popped up in some shoujo manga. Then unexpectedly, she once again followed up with a complete non sequitur.
新しい財布。ん？
Ah, lesbian and rich. Of course, she had no idea what Erica was saying. However, with her back still to Delanor, Erica kept on saying disconnected
変な
words.
猫のキーホルダー。趣味の合わないアロマオイル。演劇の先輩に借りたという趣味違いの音楽テープ。
Who are we talking about?
先輩の付き合いで断れなくて、急にバイトが入っちゃって、ダチの電話が長くてなかなか切れなくって。
He made too much curry. Who are we talking about? Is she hallucinating? He started going to theater practice more often. He started folding paper towels differently. Thanks, I've already eaten. He knew more than before about cosmetics. Sorry, I was sleeping. The toilet seat was left down. He spent the night over at his stage friend's place. Me and my acting friends had a party here. Someone had just left it behind. The drain and sink were cleaned out. There were receipts and point cards from places he didn't usually go. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure I get the message by now. You got the message by this point. The muddy soles are evidence that you went out on Monday when it was raining. It matches a strange symbol on the calendar. Is this lore as to why she's so, like, concerned about everything? Or, like she checks every nook and cranny? Is that why, like, she has the title detective? There's lore behind her being a detective? That's crazy. I didn't expect Chapter 9, after the events that happened in Chapter 8, to have that. Oh yeah, let's just throw Erica lore in here. Like, what? Okay. None of your theater friends have hair this long. Leading questions. How do you know the plot of a movie you haven't seen yet? Evidence, circumstantial evidence, observation, surveillance, tracking, tailing, information gathering, wiretapping, asking around, questioning. Okay, so leave it to Umineko to tie the shitty detective, shitty as in fuck her detective, and just make it super traumatic. Yeah, thank you, Rukishi. I found plenty of evidence that I loved you. I found plenty of evidence that you loved me. But I can't find any evidence that you haven't been cheating on me. Yikes. Yikes. That fucked me up too. That fucked me up too. I get it, Erica. I get it. Give it a rest. If you love me, then trust me. If you can't do that, then you don't love me anymore. How could I love someone like that? I'll treasure you for all my life, but I want to do well in theater just as much. You said you liked me, you like seeing me act, right? So wait, before... So she was with a girl. This is a guy though, right? So, like, when did the guy thing take place? Like, well, it was before the girl? Was it like, did she start going out with women because, like, she's stopped trusting men? Because of him? Or what? Like, I don't... What's the timeline here? What's the timeline here? So why are you telling me to stop acting now? Why do I have to choose between you and acting? What's wrong with you? I'm seriously tired of this, alright? Look, if all we do is fight when we see each other, maybe we both need some time to cool off, okay? I need to concentrate for my next performance anyway. One of my colleagues, she suddenly told us she won't be able to perform. I need to rewrite the script by tomorrow. Oh, she was quoting the guy. Oh, okay. Sorry, I kind of took it at face value. Thank you for clearing it up. I don't have the time for this. You know what? If you really find it that hard to trust me, we're through. Don't bother coming over. Man, that makes it more depressing, actually, don't you think? Like, she remembered word for word. She's remembering word for word what he said here. She just remembers all of that? That's sad. You know what? If you really find it that hard to trust me, we're through. Don't bother coming over again. Just go home. I don't love you anymore. Stop crying. God, you're obnoxious. Go kill yourself. Holy shit. Stop shouting, damn it. I've got neighbors. Just get the hell away from me and never come back. Yeah, I was about to say exactly that. Is that why you hate magic? Because of love? Yeah, that's fair. I can't blame you.
逆なんですよ。愛なんかあるからありもしないものが見えてしまう。
Damn. Maybe if you had love, and you stopped focusing on those things, even though they were pretty damning, and you stopped focusing on those things, you would have had a more hopeful future. I don't know. Maybe love is the answer, Erica. Open your heart to it. Oh, so the guy was talking about we're talking about has a manga design. He looks incredibly similar to Battler. Ah. Well, Erica, I guess you marry him in a sense, so congratulations. I can't find any evidence that you haven't been cheating on me. That line went so hard. The devil's proof, the argument that humans can't overcome. This is why she wishes to become a witch of truth. That's fair. That's fair. But what if he was like preparing a surprise? Be like, happy birthday, you know? Or happy Halloween, since this game loves that. So, I don't know, it could have just been a surprise. He did tell you to kill yourself though, so maybe not. Maybe not. Aww. It's nothing more than an illusion, one that no one except you can see, and one that even you can never touch. Without love, humans would never need to see that fiction, because we can see it. We doubt. We suffer. We cry out loud. Damn. Alright, just because you gave me Erica lore doesn't mean I hate her any less. I do hate her less. But like, she's still a shitter.
仮とはいえ、真実の魔女になれて。今の私は、赤くない言葉に苦しめられなくて済むのだから。
Okay. You say that, but I don't believe you.
あんたなら、私のエンドゲーム、どう返しますか？私ですか？あの凡庸な男じゃ、ゲームの相手は務まりませんでしたから。Only red truths can affect me.
Meh. Yeah. I doubt that.
あんたなら、どう返してくれるかと思いまして。
Eleanor was suddenly thrust into the position of Erica's opponent in the witches game she had once challenged that man with. That man has a name. Eleanor shared in the fragments of Erica's past, allowing her to grasp the full situation. The board was reproduced in full inside their heads. The situation was one-sided. Erica's side had constructed a blue truth based on countless bits of circumstantial evidence, had turned all of those into pieces, and was already cornering the opponent. For some time, Eleanor thought in silence, and announced her by the book response.
初手、私が浮気している証拠の提出を要求します。青き真実で反論。構築に状況証拠、物的証拠84点提出。
84? I was drinking. I almost choked.
青き真実で反論。今も愛し続けている状況証拠、物的証拠を6点提出です。グッド。青と青では相殺ですが、構築する駒の数が圧倒的ですね。
When both opponents meet with the blue truth, the decision is always based on which side has more pieces of evidence, regardless of the actual circumstances. This is especially true in the human world, so by the standard rules, Erica would win.
1点先取。次なる手は攻守逆転を狙います。逆にエリカ卿が浮気をしていない証拠の提出を求めます。
What is this gaslighting? Oh yeah, how do I know you're not cheating? Provide proof that you're not cheating.
パーペチュアルチェック。お互いが同じ質問を無限連鎖する千日手となりますから禁じ手です。では証拠なくも現在もエリカ卿を愛していることを率直に表明します。
Erica was definitely messed up in the head beforehand, with the boyfriend situation, and Byrne really drew out her worst aspects. Yeah, she's not the best influence, that's for sure. It not only expands on Erica's character, it also expands on Bernkastel. She is the witch who made it possible for her to use the red truth, the weapon to overcome Devil's proof. For what motive? I would assume it's pretty straightforward, and that's to like make things more entertaining. She doesn't want to be bored. But knowing Ryukishi, there's probably more to it. I don't know what it is though.
赤き真実でないから無効です。仮に赤かったとしてもそれステイルメイトです。 私に反論する手がなくなりますから。
Delano remained silent for a while. She responded quietly to Erica's moves, as Erica drew closer and closer to checkmate. A stalemate is a forbidden move in the game of witches since it means the ruin of the game. However, in chess it also represents a draw. Because of this, it is a splendid final move that the weaker player can pull off if they are already unable to win outright. In this situation, Erica clearly had the advantage. It was natural that Delano, her opponent, would seek a stalemate to obtain a draw. However, that only worked in chess. In the game where witches fought over truth, it was a forbidden move. So it was already checkmate from the very beginning. Delano had no way to turn the game around, but that meant that regardless of what the real truth had been, this game would...
他に手は真実を守る魔女狩り大司教いえ、デザインです。
Bro, I would hate to argue with Erica personally. That would suck. Like, I start the game and I already know I lost. Like, damn, what do you do? Accept defeat, I suppose. Erica has succeeded in crushing her opponent with the truth she espoused, right? Yeah. That her former boyfriend no longer loved her and was cheating on her. I have a feeling, just a slight inkling in the back of my mind, that Erica completely misunderstood the situation. I will say the whole kill yourself thing kind of whack, but maybe Copium, he didn't say that. Maybe he didn't say that, and Erica was so distraught and confused that she imagined that he said it. Unreliable narrator. Maybe. I don't know, it just wasn't said in Red Truth, so like anything could have happened, really. Her opponent had no way to argue back. After all, humans are not allowed to use that. Well, I assume Red Truth is what that is supposed to mean. A splendid game, a splendid finish from a superior position. Regardless of the truth of her opponent, Erica could win. A splendid victory. Delano could only respond with silence. And with that, Erica spoke no more. She was probably done talking and wanted Delano to leave. Delano understood this, but even so, she wanted to tell Erica just one thing before leaving.
見事なゲームです。
Aw.
エリカ卿。探偵は勝利して。
Erica in her Higurashi arc. It's likely Ryukishi has wrote something like that before. I don't know. He tends to take some elements from Higurashi and just like whoop, smack it in here. It's possible.
あなたはベルンカステル卿の駒になる以前から実に見事な青き真実の使い手です。しかしエリカ卿、人間に許されるのは青き真実だけです。そして青き真実に反論できるのは赤き真実だけです。そして赤き真実は人間には許されていません。ならばどうやってあなたのお相手は彼の真実を示せばよかったのですか？
That is... That's fair, actually. That's a really good point that she brought up.
赤き真実に時に勝るとかいう例の黄金の真実とやらでも持ち出したらどうですか？ゲームは確かにエリカ卿の勝ちです。しかし真実の守護者として申し上げます。何です？どうせ不愉快なことでしょうから、それを言ったらとっとと消えてください。はい。確かにこのゲームはエリカ卿の勝ちです。
Imagine if Berncastle set her boyfriend up for the cheating to manipulate Erica into being a good piece. That'd be crazy. Bro, if Erica ever learns that Berncastle did that, boy, Boy, you just lost your piece. I have a feeling Eriko would turn it against Bernkastel right then and there.
しかし私が示したあなたを今も愛している青き真実の証拠6点は未だ否定されていません。あなたさえ人間、それを否定する赤き真実を使えはしないのです。
探偵権限で84点の証拠を赤き真実に後に昇格させました。我が主のお力によって私は人間にして人間を超えた存在。探偵にして魔女、真実の魔女フルドエリカです。他に質問は？捨てゼリフ。
We're gonna revisit this. We're gonna revisit this whole thing, Erika. You're gonna be pretty upset.
ありません。それでは失礼いたします。
Bye. Dolonor bowed and disappeared. After that, all that remained was a single witch of truth laughing off a bitter past, with an equally bitter smile. Wow. Erika glanced at the bedside clock and saw that it was almost exactly midnight.
ひと寝入りさせてもらえますか。いよいよ2日目。10月5日の幕開けです。
Let the killing game begin. It's not really a game, but let the killings begin.
今頃どこかで今回の殺人が起こっている。
Well, it is a game because like Battler and Bernkastel, they're facing off against each other. It's not a game for the people that are actually getting killed.
今回の犠牲者さん、せいぜいいろいろなダイイングメッセージをよろしくお願いしますね。
Okay. Now what? Back to the folks, the cousins, Jessica, Georgia, Shannon, Canon, Sayo.
どうして母さんに相談しなかったの？
Oh no. Oh no, George! Is this the trial? Ava's the trial? That's a hell of a trial.
あなたの人生を最後まで支えるパートナーの話なのよ。
そうだよ。生涯
Straight face too. Oh, he's standing his ground.
だからこそ真剣に決めなければいけないんでしょ。どうしてそんな軽率に。
Ava and George could be seen beneath the eaves of the guest house. Oh, dude, chapter 9's gonna be spicy. Oh my god. George revealed his engagement with Shannon. Ava's anger had exploded almost instantly. This had been no more than George had expected, so he had responded with an ice-cold calm.
まさかもう関係を。子供ができたとか言われて結婚を迫られたんでしょ。
No.
失礼だな。僕は婚前の貞操は厳しくあるべき主義なんだ。
じゃあどうして婚約なんて。
僕は求めた。彼女は受けた。それで成立じゃないか。
Respect to George. Respect to George.
違うわ違うわ。結婚はね、あんたが思ってるような漫画か何かみたいに簡単なものじゃないの。先方のご両親は、両家の交流は、あんた野良猫じゃないのよ。後ろ宮ジョージなのよ。ひょっとしたらおじい様の後継者に指名されるかもしれないこの時期に、どうしてそんな軽率な。どうして母さんに相談してくれなかったの。
今こうして相談してるよ。いや、相談じゃないか。これはただの報告だね。おじい様の後継者に指名されるのは全く期待してないよ。いや、むしろ辞退したいくらいさ。僕は自分の国と城を父さんがそうしたように何もない原野に
It's
築け
not
る。
really from scratch if you're already rich, but like, yeah, you know, who am I to say that, right? Whatever, right? Whatever.
あのね、父さんが今日までどれくらいの苦労をしたのか分かってるの？あんたが真似てできるようなことじゃないの。 今日までどれほどの運や偶然に助けられたことか。
そして母さんという良き理解者の伴侶がいたからだよ。
True.
サヨは僕を支え、より強く生まれ変わらせてくれる人だ。母さんがたくましくなったと褒めてくれた今の僕は、彼女がいなかったらありえない。
いいジョージ、とにかくここは一度母さんに任せなさい。頭を冷やしてよーく考えて。シャノンちゃんだけがあなたに好意を持ってるわけじゃないのよ。お見合いしたあゆみさんだってあなたのことをとても気に入ったそうよ。
Does a Yumi have a sprite?
初耳だね。
あなたも分かってると思ってたのよ。先方のご両親も大変あなたのことを気に入ってるそうよ。
No? Oh, okay.
もしあなたに父さんのように一国一城を築きたい夢があるなら、その手伝いができるのはあゆみさんの方でしょ。彼女の気持ちを裏切るの？
裏切るも何も、僕はあゆみさんと特に交流があったわけじゃない。お見合いをして、その後親たちが勝手に盛り上がってるだけじゃないか。数度無理やり引き合わされたけど、僕たちは互いに目さえ合わせちゃう。
あゆみさんは育ちのいい奥ゆかしい女性でしょ。男性のジョージに目を合わせるなんて恥ずかしいしぶしつけでできなかっただけよ。あなたが目を見て話してくれなきゃ気持ちが感じられないと言うなら、彼女にそう注意するわ。きっとこれからはあなたの目を見て話してくれるはずよ。
あゆみさんと結婚させたいのは、それが母さんにとって利するからさ。
He's telling her how it is. It's true. I mean, that, yeah, that's it, yeah.
母さんの縁談には僕の気持ちがわずかほども含まれていない。
ジョージ！
He's right. He's right. You wouldn't have this type of reaction otherwise.
どうしてそんなことを言うの？母さんがあなたのことを考えないことなんてあった？ないでしょ？
Well, other than you wanting him to marry someone that's like of equal status or like worthy of the Ushiromiya name, but you just want to benefit from it, don't you?
親という漢字はどういう字？木の上に立って見ると書いて親なのよ。母さんたちはね、あなたよりはるかに高みから人生の遠くまでを展望してるの。そしてあなたが若さゆえの一時の感情で間違った道へ進もうとしているのが見えているの。だからこうして憎まれることを承知で言ってるのよ。あんたがどうでもいい子だったらこんな喧嘩しないわ。どこの変な女とでも勝手に結婚しなさいって放っておいてるわよ。ねえジョージ、母さんに全て任せなさい。
No.
もうあなたはシャノンちゃんに会わなくていいわ。
I hate to break
母
it
さ
to
ん
you,
たちが
Ava.
話をつけてあげる。
It ain't gonna work.
大
No,
丈
no,
夫
no,
よ。
no, no.
シャノンちゃんにも悪いようにはしない。だってジョージに成長のきっかけをくれた人だものね。ちゃんとそれに配慮してあげるから。だからあとはもう母さんたちに任せなさい、ジョージ。
Sometime during Ava's rage, tears had started to drip from her eyes. Sometime it started from jump as soon as it happened. As though those tears had caused him to hesitate, George turned his back and sagged his shoulders. George was, after all, only a child of man. Though he understood that marriage required nothing more than the consent of both people, he couldn't get over his desire for his parents' acceptance, and so he was torn between the tears of the mother who had always helped him and the fiancé he had chosen. Or was he? Nah, you know what you want, bro.
いいよね、そろそろ。
What's time?
今日まで
Answer. Oh! I'm locked in. Stuck your shit, George.
立派に育ててもらって本当に感謝してる。僕もこう思って親になったら母さんみたいな親になるよ。子供のために本当に戦える世界で一番尊敬できる親にね。
ジョージ。
With his back still towards her, George threw away his umbrella and slowly stepped out from beneath the eaves into the rain. Then he slowly turned around. It was without a doubt the familiar face of Ava's beloved son. However, he stood there now as his own man, self-controlled and independent enough that the blood connection between them might even be forgotten.
そろそろいいと思う。
何が。
子離れしてもいいんじゃないか、母さん。
He's so cool. He's so cool. He's so cool. He's so cool.
ここからはもう親子の関係はなしで話そうじゃないか。僕はジョージ、君はエヴァ。親だからどうこうというのは抜きにして互いの立場から本音をぶつけようじゃないか。君が僕を望み通りの相手と結婚させたい理由は経済的事情、世間体、それから未だいさかいのなくならないおじさんたちへの見栄。それ以外に何もない。いっそそれをすっきり認めてくれた方が潔いね。僕はこれから僕の立場だけで語るから君もそうした方がいいんじゃないかな。負けるよ君。
He's so cool. He's so cool. George's eyes no longer contained any trace of his love or respect for his mother. There was only a frigid glare as he gazed ruthlessly down at the witch who was trying to bind his future. Down at the witch? No way! No! No way! No way! No way!
今僕は母さんを見ていないからさ。
No way! Shut the fuck up.
僕の目に映っているのは僕の選び取ろうとする未来の前に立ちふさがる試練の壁だけさ。母さんだって人間だ。夢や野心があってそれを今も追い続けているのを知ってる。そしてそれを素晴らしいと思う。自分の夢を決して諦めないことの大変さを僕たちは知っているのだから。
I need to inherit your wonderful strength. I've learned a lot from my parents, my friends, and Sayo, and I've grown.
その最後に学び獲得して完成されるのが本当の後宮ジョージという男なんだ。僕は今あなたという最後の壁を越える。何？
Ava had disappeared. No way. No, no, no. Ava trees? Ava trees? The pouring rain landed evenly across the ground everywhere. No, it was blocked very slightly in one place. However, there was no one there. Standing on the ground isn't the only way to block the path of the rain. Then, could it be... She's right above you. World and oh my God. Rose Garden, Rose Garden. That's crazy. I kind of I wasn't really I wasn't really expecting Ava trees. Oh my god.
私も行っちゃうの？
だからあなたも行っちゃえば。
In the rain-filled sky, with the moon that shouldn't have been visible behind her, was the Golden Witch of the future who had finally obtained everything of the Ushirimiya family. Even the drastic change in his mother's appearance didn't faze George. On the contrary, he seemed to be moved by her boldness, because his mother had honestly and truly displayed her true nature. Now I can confidently show her my true self.
行くよ、母さん。そして、エヴァ。これが僕の君の束縛から踏み出る
What's the deal with the
最
Rose
初の第
Garden?
一歩だ。
It's this crackhead theory that there's like hallucinogenic drugs in the Rose Garden, and like in the roses themselves, and everything just tends to take place in the Rose Garden. So it kind of adds more ammo to that theory as time goes on. Like all the crazy shit tends to happen here for some reason. So I will never let the theory die until the end of Umineko. Until it is outright disproven, it still holds water.
第一歩。
With that first step, he felt something odd beneath his feet. He knew that a sticky sensation, which didn't quite feel like mud, represented her mother's arrogance trying to prevent him from making that first step.
小さい頃お話をたくさん読んであげたわね。あなたが大好きだった西遊記覚えてる？
懐かしいね。多分僕が一番最初に愛したファンタジーだ。
It could be a cinematic place for a fight, or there's drugs in the roses. We don't know. I mean, it could be either one. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, wanted to become a god and was tested by the Buddha. The Buddha told him, if you can jump free from the palm of my hand, I will grant you your wish. Then Sun Wukong managed to reach what he thought was the end of the world and found 5 pillars standing there, only to discover that they were the Buddha's fingers and that he still hadn't left the Buddha's hand.
僕が母さんから決別すると宣言した第一歩。それだと言いたいわけだね。
Without foreshadowing. But we saw the roses in episode 1. Maria even pointed them out. What about that one rose that was wilted? Maybe someone put too much drugs in that rose. Huh. Red truth. There's drugs in the roses. It's been confirmed.
あなたの
Sorry.
感動も葛藤も苦悩も好奇もすべて私がすでに通ってきた道。あなたのその第一歩など私という人生に飲み込まれる程度。いつまで目を背けてるの？
見ちゃえば足元。
Don't look down. I'm scared. On the pitch black earth soaked by the pounding rain, there were what happened to be ominously glowing bands of faint red, and Georgia placed his first step directly on top of one. It was deep and viscous and held George's foot in place. From Ava's perspective, as she looked down from the sky, it looked like a vast red spider web that radiated out with George at the center. The web! The web!
これが僕さ。生まれた時から数々の習い事で縛り付けられ、あんたの野望のためだけに育てられてきた僕の姿さ。
いいえ、 それは違うわ。なら分かるようにしてあげる。見せてあげる。そして悟っちゃえば
The vast red spiderweb on the ground scooped up George as easily as scooping scum out of a pond. Then it lifted him into the air like a deer caught in a net and swung him about. Ava's insane laugh was as innocent as a great scooter happily swinging about a bag filled with her gym clothes, and cruel in equal measure. Whoa, that looks nice. That was a cool CG. Big fan.
さあ思い出してごらんなさい。火曜日には何があったのか。
Ow. Shit must hurt. Hey, just do what you did to Gap that one time.
覚えてるさ。
Once you get out of the webs, at least.
ピアノ教室で今でも猫踏んじゃったを聞くと背中の毛が逆立つね。
幼稚園の頃はバイオリン教室だったわ。できる子はやってそうでしょ。あんた才能なさそうだったからね。
Damn.
途中でピアノに変えたけど。じゃあ水曜日は覚えてる？
覚えてるさ。進学塾の日だよ。遠くてね、通うのが苦痛だった。
じゃあ木曜日は？
George had a head of a childhood, huh? He was always busy. Poor kid.
補習塾だわ。暗記科目は苦手だったものね。あなた応用はできるのに暗記は苦手な典型的なやればできる子だったわ。
痛烈だね。子供が三者面談と言われて一番イラつく言葉だよ。
馬を水場に連れて行くことはできるが水を飲ますことはできない。
イギリスの格言だね。
あなたのやる気を出して維持させるのが一番苦労したわ。
Alright, that unnecessary. Jesus. That's still your son, by the way. George was bound hand and foot by the bright red spider web, reduced to the witch's playpen. She would innocently swing him around, then smash him about, all with an insane laugh, again and again.
金曜日は覚えてる？
もちろんさ。ユニークな塾だもんね。
Were your weekends pretty busy too? Saturday and Sunday? Well, I guess in Japan they only have Sunday off. Sunday? Well, were you doing something then too?
親と一緒の塾なんていろいろな意味で窮屈だったよ。
子に釣り竿を買うな。一緒に釣りに行け。
I would have hated for my parents to like watch over me while I study. Like that's weird. I can't concentrate like that. Oh, George, I don't know how you did it.
母さんはイギリスの教育論が好きだって。
親にとっても辛い塾だったわね。でもあれが一番あんたには効果的だったわ。高いおねっしゃ。毎週金曜の夜を費やさなければならない面倒。でも一番効果があった。 その時悟ったの。子供はね、親が見ていないと伸びないの。子が目なら親は太陽だわ。太陽なき
I'm not doing any of this, by the way. I'm not clicking anything. It's just doing it by itself.
存在しないの。
Oh. Still bound hand and foot, George was thrown, slammed, and smashed. He could do nothing. Mother, oh no. He was still like Sun Wukong, unable to leave the palm of his mother's hand. However, since he wouldn't surrender, he could still show resistance at any time.
じゃあ土曜日は土曜日は
家庭教師が来てくれてたね。
向こうから来てくれるから楽だったでしょ。
聖域である自室に毎週他人を迎え入れるのが苦痛だったよ。先生が帰った後に残る汗の匂い
Is
が
British education when people beat their children with magic? If magic is a wooden stick, I think so, yeah.
あなたに学習姿勢を叩き込んでくれる素晴らしい先生だったわよ。
弁護士の相談費用並みのお月謝を払った甲斐が本当にあったわ。
Rich people, I swear to God.
そして迎える日曜日と塾の予定がない月曜日だけが僕の安息日だった。これは皮肉だね。火曜日から土曜日までの塾が僕を押さえつけてきたのか。まさに僕は孫悟空だったわけだ。
I live in England, so I can confirm that my mom would bash me about with magic. I hope you're fine. Did she also use a spider web?
そうね。
私の手のひらから逃れたいなんて思い上がりはお釈迦様にご行山で潰してもらうといいわ。
Sun Wukong, who wanted to become a god, was crushed by the 5 mountains of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth, and sealed away. These are the 5 elements that the days of the week, Tuesday through Saturday, are named after in Japanese. Only now did George, who had always admired Sun Wukong, recognize this greatest of ironies.
思い上がったあなたは孫悟空と同じに
I just denied her existence. Oh, you know what? That's fair.
お仕置きが必要だわ。
That would do the trick.
あなたが改心したら私が解放してあ
それは解放じゃないね。洗脳だ。
Yeah, sorry, Ava.
何も考
I don't
え
think
な
they're
く
gonna
て
have
いい
him
の。
submit to anything.
げる。ママに全て任せちゃえば。
Girl did not want a kid. She wanted a doll that she could manipulate at her own whim. Sorry, Ava. You're not that good of a person.
私があなたの全てを決めてあげる。それがあなたにとって一番素晴らしい人生なのよ。世界で一番知的であなたのために全てを捧げてくれる女性を用意してあげる。全ての成功もそれに至る道も全てママが用意してあげるわ。
そしてやがては後ろ宮家で最高の名誉である当主の後継者にあなたは指名されるの。それから初めてあなたは自分の人生を始めなさい。第一歩。笑わせないでよ。あんたはね、まだ生まれてさいないのよ。これはあんたを捕らえる私の巣じゃないの。あんたを慈しんで育む私の子宮の中なのよ。
That's creepy. I didn't need that comparison personally. What the? George was slammed against the ground over and over. It was heartless cruelty unlike anything one would expect a blood-related son to receive. However, in Ava's eyes, perhaps even this was a sign of love for her precious son. The human-shaped lump of flesh ensnared in the red net was slammed over and over, then thrown high into the air, where it was caught by a massive spiderweb suspended in the sky. George hung there pitifully as though crucified, still covered in fresh blood and not even twitching. Even if there had been some power to resist remaining to him, the red web holding him there would have held even that in check. The rain, which had been falling non-stop since the beginning, quietly tormented and pitied him.
ご行山に封じられてしばらく頭を冷やしなさい。シャノンちゃんが悪い子だからやめなさいと言ってるわけじゃないのよ。彼女はジョージに青春と成長のきっかけを与えてくれたとても良い子だわ。でも後先を考えない婚約は別の問題よ。相手が彼女だからいけないと言ってるわけじゃないの。それを分かりなさい。
So when are you gonna turn things around, George? Like, you're gonna do it right now, right?
友を責めるな。
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Lock in, boy.
行為を責めよう。だね、これもイギリスの格言だ。
本当にあなたは賢い子に育ったわ。いいえ、育っているわ。私のお腹の中でね。もう少しじっくりと育ちなさい。さあ、お仕置きは終わりよ。謝りなさい、母さんに。
The spiderweb released George reluctantly. Then it threw him to the ground beneath the cloudy sky.
ありがとう、母さん。
It was all George could do to get up on his hands and knees. Though he wiped the mud away and stood his ground, he still couldn't raise his head.
これまでの全てが僕を思ってのことだったんだね。ありがとう。本当にありがとう。
そうよ。今は憎いでしょ。でもいつかきっと感謝するわ。私がどれほどあなたを愛していたかをきっと理解する。
火曜日から土曜日までの連日の塾での縛り付けも、僕を立派な男に育てようという母さんの努力だったんだね。
これもイギリスの格言よ。
Like, what's her obsession with the British right now?
子供を幸福で包むことが最高の教育。
ありがとう。だから僕からも母さんにイギリスの格言を送るよ。
なに？
すべての木に斧を一撃ずつ加えても一本の木も切り倒せはしない。
なに？それはどういう意味？
It means you fucking lose, Ava.
こっちの方がいいかな。
I loved her. I loved her. I loved her.
学問に時間を費やしすぎることは怠惰に過ぎない。フランシス・ベーコン。
The man, drenched in mud and fresh blood, straightened his crooked glasses and slowly stood up. Though he was covered in filth, his appearance had a divine quality to it. Something that could only appear on a self-controlled man, not one who had merely been dozing in his mother's amniotic fluid. Okay.
僕がサヨから学んだことは数えきれない。僕は彼女の前で初めて勇気と男気と向上心とウィットとユーモアと、それからちょっぴりのおしゃれを学んだんだ。皮肉だね。今日母さんが僕を立派になったと認める要素のほぼ全て母さんの教育の賜物じゃないんだ。
That's... Oh my god! That must have, like... That must have felt like a sucker punch to her gut, bro. Oh my god, George.
ジョージ、あんたはまだそんなこと
None of that came from you at all. That's crazy.
戻してあげるわ、母さんの子宮に。そしてもう一度暖かな海で育て直してあげる。
As Ava howled, another bright red spiderweb appeared at George's feet and tried to scoop him up into the air again. However, that instant, a powerful magic circle could be seen in the area surrounding George for just a moment. Faster than he could be scooped up by the spiderweb, George jumped. And with a sharp kick of the heel and a magnificent forward flip, he cut the shackles of that spiderweb apart. Boy! Goated! That smooth movement proved that he had possessed the power to escape from those shackles all along. He had wittingly allowed himself to be bound by that web.
母さんのこれまでの恩を一つずつ痛みで相殺させてもらったよ。おかげで僕も
A
親離れ
true
をきっちり
gentleman.
できそうだ。必要だね。たまには親子喧嘩も。
ジョージ、私にどうしてそこまで逆らってあんな小娘と。
必要なのはやはり母さんの子離れのようだ。じゃあそろそろいいかな。
何がよ。
そろそろいい。反撃しても。
Go ahead. Mortal Stamp? The current of spiderwebs that Ava shot out in defense were all too slow. George weave! Oh my god! Oh, I would kill to see this animated. George weaved through them in that instant, and the next, he was right before her eyes. Ava jumped out of the way of a kick that would have knocked her feet out from under her, then blocked the second half of George's double roundhouse with a high kick of her own.
母さんの習い事で一つだけ感謝しているものがあるよ。
それは何曜日のかしら。
長期休暇のために集中的に習わされた武道教室の数々だよ。
He's only thanking you because he's gonna beat your ass for using it, man. Like, come on. Oh no, the roundhouse kick, the only move Ryukishi knows. Leave him alone, man. Learning kicks is hard. That means you have to look them up, and that's difficult. Ava's swift feet flash like lightning. Low, mid-level attack. As George's head fell forward, she caught it in both hands as though she was about to smash it against the ground. It was then met with Ava's knee as it rose like a bolt of lightning from the earth. That's crazy.
So だね。母さんと一緒に武道を学ぶときが一番楽しかった。
なら今が一番楽しいんじゃない？楽しいね、ジョージ。楽しいね。
They're beating each other's ass.
楽しいね。
I would not leave him alone. He was perfectly able to give Akasaka a variety of moves in Igarashi. Yeah, that's fair. That's so fair. Okay, fair critique, fair critique. That holds water.
息子と遊ぶのは
楽しいわ。あなた
解だ。だがその蹴りはお腹の外からになるけどね。
Oh, George buried his knee sharply into Ava's abdomen. An instant before she felt the pain of that fierce attack, Ava watched her son's kick with a proud smile, and then she vomited. Damn, that shit hurt.
母さんももう年なんだから、いい加減そういう若い子向きの服は自重した方がいいんじゃない？
Her chin still covered in vomit, Ava looked up at George in twisted anguish. She could see how pathetic her face was by her reflection in his glasses.
母さんはどこだ？一緒に子供時代とお別れしよう。母さん。
Did it work? The violent lightning and rain made time freeze. George's beautiful kick had stopped an inch from Ava's chest. Oh? However, the power of the red magic circle surrounding George had already pierced Ava's body. Though he had stopped without hitting her, blood poured out of Ava's back. No wound had been left on her chest, but her heart inside it had been struck through. Ava slumped backwards and landed in a puddle with a splash. There were no convulsions. Her life had been ended without leaving her even an instant to writhe about in pain. Isn't that merciful, though? Like, that's...
その辺にいるんじゃないかい。
It's a good thing.
ガブ。
As he straightened his glasses, George spoke to the rose thicket behind him. Gapu! Then a pitch-black hole opened in the air there, and Gap jumped out.
大したもんね。
Rematch?
あのエヴァ・ベアトリー
You wanna fight George
継
again?
承前とはいえ
I'm pretty sure he's down.
やはりいたか。余計なちょっかいを出さなくて。
It's crazy how he got to the point where like he wasn't even able to beat Gap, but then he beat Ava Treese's ass. Like, that's crazy power creep.
親子水入らずで過ごせたよ。
まさかいなかったわよ、私は。今あなたが私を召喚したんだわ。
どっちでもいいさ。君にお願いがあるんだ。
聞く義理はあるの？
Pretty sure that was a weakened Ava Trees. Ava Trees, nonetheless, though, we take the dub. What are you gonna put on your application? Like weakened Ava Trees, or that you beat Ava Trees? Come on.
聞いてくれないのかい。
With his back still facing her, George reset his glasses. The threat in his voice held the solemn presence of a king who ruled over demons. That's cool. His Majesty made Gap gulp. Oh, and she licked her lips before bowing respectfully to his back. Like, damn. Has he always been this hot? Oh my god.
私はイケてる男が好
I
きだ
like
けど
stunts.
王女をもっと好きだわ。何なりとお命じを魔王陛
後ろ宮家の当主に憧れ、その夢と猛襲に生きた彼女の生きがふさわしい。
下。じゃあ
God damn it.
金蔵の書斎へ。
いや、貴賓室がいいな。
VIP room. Oh yeah, I guess that would be Beato's room. Oh my god, how fitting that Ava Trees goes there. Wow.
屋敷の2階のあの開かずの貴賓室。
あの部屋ね。了解したわ、ジョージ陛
Gap approached Ava's corpse and lightly tapped the ground with her right heel. When she did, a large hole opened up, swallowed both Gap and the corpse, and closed. After a while, a small hole opened in the air, and the staff Ava always carried, which was marked with the one-winged eagle that symbolized the head of the Ushinomiya family, was spat out into a puddle, because the corpse would no longer have any use for it. No way. George slowly approached that staff and stepped down hard on the tip. When he did, the staff spun violently into the air. You're so much extra swagger for what? And after passing by the blue moon, which honored the Demon King, it flew into George's outstretched hand. It's so cheesy, but like it's cool. Georgia trees. The instant he grasped it, another fierce bolt of lightning struck nearby. And by the time the flash faded, the staff he was holding had become a spray of gold butterflies and disappeared. No! We were robbed of George trees! No! It was as though George had held the staff up to the heavens and crushed it out of existence.
これで僕はノルマクリアだ。次の人に番を譲るよ。
自分の母さんを
Well, go on.
手にかけるなんて。
No, I didn't kill her. That's metaphorical. It's a metaphorical thing.
自分を世界で一番最初に愛してくれる人であり、そして一番最後に決別すべき人だ。それが家を出る。
Now go on. Go kill someone, Jessica. Your turn.
これが僕が作用をめとるために見せられる勇気だ。
ジョージ様。
あっぱれなり後ろ宮ジョージ。
ブラボー、ブラボー。
まずは見事であるぞ。
たとえゲーム上のこととはいえ、駒のこととはいえ、自分の母親を殺すのは愉快なことではない。しかし、それが君たちの課す試練だと言うから、僕は。
He stared at the two demons. The demons looked at each other, then showed their surprise with their now familiar exaggerated gestures.
素晴らしいわ。なんて見事なのかしら、ゼタル。
そうだね、フルフル。ジョージ君の決意は本物だ。どうやら僕は君を見誤っていたようだね。謝るよ。許してほしい。
George chose not to go along with the almost theatrical conversation. He just quietly looked down upon the game board, found the piece representing his mother, which was right next to his, and tipped it over. Checkmate. This was the trial that Zephyr and Furfur had set them. For the love of each other, take the life of another. It was similar to the game within Bioto's fourth game, where they were each given 3 options as part of a test to select the next family head. However, a pair of lovers would never abandon each other's lives, so they were automatically left with just the option of sacrificing the life of another instead. In fact, it was merciful that the demons hadn't ordered them to take the lives of everyone other than themselves. And besides, it only meant taking those lives as pieces on the board. For the versions of themselves to whom the game board was the only world, this was a tragic parasite. Wait, is she actually like dead? I thought it was like Ava trees died, like Ava's, we'll see. For these ones who sat around the game board in the witch's tea room, it was nothing more than a movement of the pieces, representing George's will to overcome his parents. However, even if it was just a single life within one of an infinite number of fragment worlds, the fact remained that the demons had forced him to take it. George appeared to have distanced himself from the events of the demon's game board. She's dead, but not Red Truth dead. I get it. I understand. But Jessica still seemed to resist the idea of stealing another person's life, even if it was only their life as a game piece.
おじけづいたか？
いえ、バトラさんの望むベアトリーチェはこんなことでは臆したりしません。
さあ、次は誰が試練に挑戦を？誰でもいい。次なる犠牲者を選び出してほしい。
Jessica, your turn.
次なる挑戦者は名乗り出てほしい。
誰も名乗り出ないなら
僕の勝ちということだね。
Jessica, come on.
そうなるわ。ならばおめでとう、後宮ジョージ。
あなたとあなたの愛する人の恋の成就へ至る扉の鍵を。僕たちは今こそ授けん。
Yep, here it is. So what, chapter 10 is gonna be about Jessica? And I guess chapter 11 will be Chick Bioto. As the demons delightedly named George as the victor, they were interrupted by the next challenger.
ジェシカさん、次は私だぜ。いいぜ、やってやろう。私だってカノン君のこと半端に考えてるわけじゃねえってこと見せてやろう。
And, yep. Wow, chapter 9 was a hell of a start to the stream, boy. That was wild. Really good chapter. Romantic regrets. As usual, this year's family conference was getting bogged down. Everyone had decided to cool their heads for a moment, and a short break had been agreed upon. The four siblings could say whatever they wanted. But Natsu and Kyrie, for example, were outsiders and found it difficult to speak freely in this sort of atmosphere. A conference where you aren't allowed to say what you want can be tiring even as you just sit there quietly. Even Kyrie couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. Is Kyrie here? Oh, she is. Hello, Kyrie-san. This was the second floor hallway of the mansion. Rudolph had wanted to be alone during the break, so she felt like doing the same, and had drifted up the stairs to reach this place. Her expression was less tightly controlled than it was when her husband was around. Hey, can you make a right here, then a right down the hallway? You're gonna see a door exuding a purple mist. Yeah, can you open that, please? Kyrie wore a tired look that she didn't often show. She pressed her forehead against the cool window glass. I need to regain my spirit and support my husband, even if I'm not allowed to speak. That's the duty I've won.
誰？
Oh no. Is it Kyrie? We don't have to kill Kyrie, she's not even a witch. Oh, Kyrie trees. It's real. She suddenly sensed another person, turned around, and saw Jessica standing at the other end of the hallway.
あら、ジェシカちゃんじゃない。ゲストハウスに行ったんじゃなかったの？ちょっと本を取りに自分の部屋へ戻ってたんです。そう。ゲストハウスに戻るところ？はい。そうです。
She's an easier target. I don't know about that one. If I were to pick anyone, Kyrie would not be my first choice. Good luck, Jessica.
嫌な雨ね。風はだいぶ強いのかしら。
I can't wait to see Kyrie's witch costume.
今は比較的弱いみたいです。
As Kyrie looked out the window, Jessica watched her back, looking agitated.
キリエおばさん、ごめんよ。運がなかったと思って。
But she is alone. Who would you choose? Nanjo. 100% Nanjo.
ジェシカの運命のルーレットはキリエを選んでしまったわ。
どうするんだいジェシカ。ルーレットはキリエを選んだけど、それを拒否して再びルーレットを回すのも君の勝
Let's
手
be
さ。
real. Who's gonna miss Nanjo? Who's gonna miss him? The one that really cared about him is already dead.
試練に捧げるのは誰の命でも問わないのだから。
Jessica wasn't like George. Good answer, yeah. George had willingly chosen Ava to be his sacrifice, to signify a separation from his old life so that he could step into a new life married to Shannon. However, Jessica hadn't thought of any particular target, so she had left it up to the roulette of fate. That roulette was nothing very grandiose. She had simply walked around at random, imposing a rule on herself saying that the first person she met would be chosen as a sacrifice. Yikes. And so the roulette of fate had brought her to Kyrie. Of course, there was nothing forcing her to keep to that rule. However, it was a rule that she decided upon, and she didn't want to break it now. Well, you're already this far. You might as well. Now that she was participating in this demon's game, this was the one bit of justice that she could cling to. Right now, she could attack that unprotected back. I feel like Kyrie is sensing that your evil intent. Don't underestimate this woman, please. But Jessica still wasn't able to fully resolve herself. It's not like Jessica would know, but like, please don't underestimate her.
どうしたの？何か私に話でも？
Noticing Jessica's strange silence, Kyrie turned around. That unprotected back was already gone. Jessica realized that her hesitation had cost her her own first chance. She had taken on this demon's game to prove her love for Canon. However, would it really be alright to sell her soul to demons for the sake of love? Not wanting to let George, who had already come to terms with the situation, get any more of a lead on her, she had energetically consented to this demon's game, but her heart still wasn't ready.
キリエおばさんにこんな質問。
Will you die for
まず
me,
いかな。
Auntie Kyrie, please?
何？ジェシカちゃんが私に質問なんて珍しいわね。答えられるものだといいんだけれど。実は私好きな人がいるんです。あら、そうなの？それは素敵ね。まさか恋の相談なの
？Yeah, I kind of have to kill someone for the sake of love, yada yada yada. Didn't you have to do that for Rudolph or something? I don't know. Is that like a thing that's popular?
ところです。いいわよ。私でよければ力になるわ。ありがとうございます。実はそれで、
Die! No? Oh, okay.
まだ片思いなの？
Music stopped, so I thought she was just gonna fucking lunge at her.
いえ、そこから両思いになりたてって感じのとこです。ただ結ばれるには試練があって。試練？何それ？私たちともう一組の恋人たちがいて。
I know it sounds outlandish, but you just have to believe her.
三角関係？それとも四角関係？複雑そうね。それで？勝った方の恋人同士しか結ばれない。そういう複雑なことになってるんです。つまり嫌な話ね。相手を踏み台にしてしかどちらも成就できない恋なのね。はい。自分たちが結ばれれば相手が破綻します。そして逆もしかりです。質問の趣旨が大体分かったわ。こういうことでしょ？人は幸せになるためにどこまで他者を踏み台にすることが許されるのかでしょ？
It was once again apparent just how smart Kyrie was. She immediately figured out the question that Jessica wanted to ask most.
戦わなければ自動的に相手が勝ってジェシカちゃんたちは負けになる。しかし戦って勝てば相手を破綻させることになる。どちらも嫌な話ね。でも聞くまでもなく答えは決まっているわ。
Fight! Kill her! Kill her now!
はい。
Kyrie giggled. If she wasn't willing to commit to her love, then that would show the measure of their relationship. If that was the case, she could just let the other pair of lovers win. However, if this was a love she couldn't abandon the victory either. so she had no option but to fight. In the end, Jessica's hesitation was caused by guilt, over forcing the others to split apart as a result of her inevitable decision.
やっぱり私は甘えているでしょうか。
そうね、甘えてるわ。
でも自分たちが結ばれるために誰かを踏み台にするなんて、そんなの辛いです。
じゃあジェシカちゃんは恋のお相手を諦める？
Oh, I thought Cannon was about to like tag team with her. Be like, oh, just bring Cannon. Have Cannon help you kill me.
それは
断言するわ。その方が辛いわよ。地獄を這うことになる。生涯ね。
A hardness had entered Kyrie's gaze.
私は6歳だったから当時は何もわからなかったけれど、遺品の中にお母さんの手記があったわ。
Oh?
それは日記のようなものか。
Now this I want to know about. Go on.
どちらかというと随想録ね。日記よりももっとアバウトなものよ。亡くなってすぐにそれを見つけて読んだけど、その意味を理解できるようになるには長い時間と私の成長を待たなければならなかったわ。
なるほど。キリエの夫婦仲についての悩みが記されていたというのか。
あれは完全にお母さんの呪い帳よね。その中身は6歳の私がずっと漠然と感じていた疑問を次々に表解させてくれたわ。
When I was 6, it seemed as though my parents were very close and had no problems. And though I did think it odd that Oni-chan lived separately when he was meant to be part of our family, and I did wonder why he only came home every once in a while, I accepted it as the way things were.
アスムのことは知らなかったのか。
お兄ちゃんが誰もいない時に話してくれたような気がするけど、小学校前の私にそれが理解できるはずがない。だって写真すらない相手よ。お母さんはアスムさんの写った写真の全てをお兄ちゃんに送って、家の中には一切残さなかったそうだから。
In front of Angie, and even in front of Battler, who only rarely came home, Kiri's smile never faltered. If she hadn't written her thoughts in that notebook, Angie would probably never have known them. Rudolph had been particularly popular with the opposite sex since his high school days, a typical playboy. Audacious, over-the-top, and yet not lacking a little gentleness towards women. He had probably built up a formula for getting women to like him. Plenty of women approached him, using various seductive tricks to try to win his favor. Rudolph probably enjoyed that more than anyone. Since the beginning, love had been a game to Rudolph. He never thought of it as a trial and error process to find a single life partner. He would intentionally spark jealousy between women and revel in the harem, lapping up their flirting. That's dickish. He may be my father, but he was an awful man.
でもお父さんも同時に媚びへつらう女の子たちをきっと見下してもいたのね。そんな中に自分の価値観をしっかりと持ち知性を見せるお母さんは目立って見えた。
それすらもルドルフの目を引きたいキリエの知恵かもしれぬがな。
かもね。お母さんはいろいろな意味で頭が良かったから。
Like the other Ushinomiya siblings, Rudolph had strong ambitions and lofty goals. Under the models of who dares wins, okay, and it's not a crime if you don't get caught, he would set up businesses that were borderline swindles or that were bending the law. It's not technically illegal, then bail out of them and repeat that process over and over. Apparently, he was already making use of that talent in his college years, cleverly making money by thinking up shameless projects and selling cheap tickets to parties for them. So much money that he could brag about how his wallet was always stuffed with 110,000 yen notes. Many women fell for his charisma and being the man responsible for these radical projects, as well as his thick wallet and generosity. It would be a lie to say that Kyrie was not one of them. However, that made Kyrie very different from the other women. It was that she could also support Rudolph as a business partner. Rudolph would laugh all the way to the bank as his large-scale party succeeded. His family entourage would surround him, as Kyrie would be the only one among them able to calmly point out several ways that income expenditure could be improved upon, and even lay out a proposal for the next project.
そうして
Wow!
ルドルフにパートナーとして次第に認められていくわけであるか。
Seems like someone's more beneficial to their husband than you.
男子厨房に入るべからずっていうよう
Sorry,
に
sorry. They both do different things. Alright, I'll give Natsui some credit.
女もまた財布に入るべからずって空気はあるわよね。女はおごられて当たり前。男の出す1万円札をどうやって捻出しているかは野暮だから聞かない、知らない、興味もない。
キリエは金に対する価値観が男性的であったということだ。
In that regard, Rudolph noticed something unique about Kyrie. He knew all about how much hard work it took to make just one of those 10,000 yen notes. They had an arranged marriage. That doesn't mean anything. Nazi, you could have read a book or two about marketing. Kraus wouldn't be in debt otherwise. So somewhere inside him he looked down upon those extravagant women who never even considered the efforts he had undertaken. Among all of them, only Kyrie possessed the same sharp financial intuition as Rudolph. Every time Rudolph thought of a new plan, he would talk to Kyrie about it, work out the kinks, and make it succeed. In this way, Kyrie steadily worked her way up until she was the number one of Rudolph's large group of followers.
でもお母さんだって女。他の女たちにチヤホヤされてるお父さんを見て心が安らいでたかどうかは疑わしい。
ナンバーワンよりオンリーワンの方が良いというもの。
そういうこと。
Do we know how Sumu died? She was just sick, right? Kyrie poisoned her! Of course! Of course!
お母さんはお父さんの右腕として活躍しながらもその陰では狡猾に他の女性を切り離していった。
She gave her one of those, rose garden roses. Here, smell this!
お母さんの恋の成就はもはや時間の問題だった。
アスムはいつからいたのか。
ルドルフさんの取り巻きの一人よ。いいえ、取り巻いてさえいなかったわ。ただのファンの一人だったわ。
話したことはあるんですか？
もちろん。
Episode 3, she said Sumu dying was fate. And who controls fate, huh, Kyrie? Is it up to the whims of the heavens? Or was it you? I sure do wonder.
私は彼女のことをよく知ってるわ。
Honestly, Kyrie has motive. If Kyrie, like, has an inkling of a feeling that Sumu, like, switched up babies or whatever, and was like, oh, Battler's mine, not yours, wink wink nudge nudge. Kyrie had motive, for sure.
ルドルフさんがアスムさんの名前さえ知らなかった一番最初からね。あの子もきっと頭のいい子だったの。狡猾だったわ。私は頭の良さで目立とうとしたけど、彼女は全くその逆で目立とうとした。
頭の悪さで？
肥後欲のかきたて方がうまいっていうのは、こびてイチャついてくる女たちの中で彼女の仕草の一つ一つが
A
派手な
strong
女
will
たちに
becomes
触傷を
fate.
起こしていたル
Wow,
ドルフさんには目立って見え
wow. I didn't remember that at all, but it helps me, Kyrie. How's it like being a murderer? Honestly, she had it coming. Asumu, she had it coming. Even now, Kyrie recognized the mistake she had made in letting Asumu and Rudolph get too close. Kyrie had thought that by taking the role of his business partner, she had succeeded in making him entirely hers. But like, Rudolph also got he needs to lose an arm or something. Like This man just got away with like a slap on the wrist. Rudolph is also part of the problem. She might have been a little conceited, and her arrogance in trying to eliminate the relationships the other girls had with Rudolph might have contributed. Perhaps she sometimes tried too hard as a business partner, putting too much pressure on him regardless of the fact that it was justified. Bit by bit, Rudolph started to need a woman who could stay quiet and soothe him, without making him think about anything complicated. That woman was Asumu.
私は冷酷で知的
Loud yourself aware.
合理的で経済的カルネアデスの船板のような状況にあったら躊躇なく相手を蹴落とすわ
It was an explanation for all the determined actions of Rika's time loops. You know what? I forgot about
そんな
that.
パートナーが
It's been a
あ
long
の人
time
に
since
ふ
I
さ
read
わしいと思ってい
Higurashi.
る
But it is Ryukishi, so I'm going to assume that that is going to be a similar reason as to what happened here. However, though that ruthlessness had made her reliable on the business side of things, outside of business, it might have disturbed Rudolph deeply. At some point, though, Rudolph still acknowledged Kiri's skill. Maybe he could, I don't know, communicate that and be like, hey babe, I don't want to talk about the company or whatever, I need some lovin'. But this man refuses to open his goddamn mouth! He began to yearn for a quiet, warm acceptance. Asumu filled that role completely. She would never talk about anything complicated. Even if he did, she would just shake her head to say she didn't know. However, she would care for him more for him physically than anyone else, quietly putting a blanket on him and staying by his side until morning.
確かに私はビジネスのパートナーの座を手に入れたしかしいつしかルドルフさんには心を癒してくれるメンタルのパートナーが必要になっていた私は愚かしくも知的を自称しながらそれに気づけずにいたわ
それでルドルフおじさんはアスムおばさんと結婚を
ええそうよ取られたたくさんの女をはべらしていたもの今さらどこの女と遊んだって情を移すような人じゃないそれにあの人にとって女なんて遊びでしかなかったものだからこそ私は体以外を武器に自分の存在を示していた慢心だな女として
間もなく2人は解任するわ。アスムさんはそれをすぐにお父さんに打ち明けたけど、お母さんは逆だった。
身重になることがビジネスパートナーの座を揺るがすことになりかねないと恐れたのだな。
当時のお母さんは食が細くて体調不良とか当たり前だったみたいだから解任に気づくのも随分遅れた。
Well, this is 1900, so yeah, that's fair.
気づいたのは
I was about to say, how does it take you that long to notice? But then again, even nowadays, it takes people a while before they notice they're pregnant.
アスムさんとお父さんが電撃入籍をしてからよ。お母さんはその後に妊娠を知ってアスムさんやお父さんを揺さぶろうと随分暗躍したみたいだけど。
アスムさんあんなにぼんやりしてそうなのに
Kiri's having a flashback sequence, I see. Yup. Where she definitely didn't murder Asumu.
ルドルフさんを加え込んだら
She did
感
not.
謝しない
I swear.
だから何ですかどうぞお引き取りくださいですってバス一つ乗るにも怖い怖いと縮こまってたあの小娘よねあの時悟ったわ本当に狡猾だったのは彼女だったってねそうよ乗り物恐怖症だってルドルフさんの気を引くための嘘だったの
Rudolph, how did he fall in love with this woman? Genuinely. Not Kyrie, Asumu. Like that, like at that point, that woman was pretending like she couldn't do anything. That is so annoying. How? How did that happen? I am judging your taste.
ごめんなさい。こんな話を聞いてもつまらないわよね。
いえ。
Kiri being stressed and not eating much in that. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you know, I didn't think of that.
せめて私の産む子だけでも認知させたかった。
She didn't murder Sumu. There is no Amakusa with a sniper rifle in the bushes. And Santa is real. Holy shit, triple whammy.
ルドルフさんもそのつもりは。
Umineko's peak. Jessica, turn around. I think. Oh, you think Santa's locked up in that purple mist room? Oh, and only if you believe in the Christmas spirit will the door unlock. You cooked.
病院もきっちり手配してくれたし、アスムさんの出産が近づいても海外しく私のところにも来てくれてたっけ。もはや向こうが本当の奥さんなのね。
Can you repeat those in red for me? Go ahead, Valuta.
ひどい人だわ。ほんと。
Spiral. Uh-oh. After that is the tale I can't bear even to tell. Uh-oh. Both Asuma and I had the same delivery date. Uh-oh. And yet her pregnancy led to marriage, while mine was completely meaningless. Well, look who won in the end. One bitch died, the other married the man whore. I swore to bring up my child well so that Rudolph would be proud to call himself its father. Asuma had won her battle against me. However, I hadn't yet lost the war. If I could make my child excel far more than Asumu's, if I could make my child the one that Rudolph most respected, I would be rewarded. That's what I believed. Nope, I refuse. No hints for the opponent. Damn. Oh well. Curious child. Oh wait, never mind. The solution is that Santa had to escape through the chimney. Yep. I'm glad you caught on fairly quick.
しかし、お母さんからは誰も。お母さんのせめて第二夫人の座に残りたいという最後の希望は絶たれた。
Kiri had fallen from his partner to his second wife, and then unable to give birth to the bond of a child, she tumbled down to being merely his mistress. I can't imagine how much she must have hated Asuma and her child battler. Well, about that.
そんなのをお首にも出さず、お母さんはお兄ちゃんとも親しげに接してたわ。ショックだった。あの優しいお母さんがお兄ちゃんにそんな負の感情を持っていて、それを隠しおおせてたなんて。
憎かったであろうな、バト。
でしょうね。もし死産がアスムさんで、お母さんの方がお兄ちゃんを出産していたなら。
You're really close, Angie. You're really close.
何か歴史は変わっていたかもしれない。もしもそうだったなら、アスムさんと離婚させて自分と再婚するようなシナリオを描きたいと思ってたみたい。
それも随想録にか。
ええ、だからこそそれは随想、妄想。涙で濡らしたシーツの端を噛みながらのお母さんの縁さ。
後悔は一点だけ。
解任ですか。
違う違う、私のおごりだけよ。ルドルフさんはもう私のものだから絶対安全。
Can you really blame yourself for thinking that? I mean, what? I'm sure he won't cheat.
あんなアスムなんていう小娘に負けるわけがない。彼女がバスや飛行機でギャーギャーわめ
But then again, she knew how Rudolph acted,
私はそ
so
の手
I
配
guess
と経
it
費を
was
適
your
正に処理
arrogance.
できた。
This whole thing is a mess.
だから私は一番ルドルフさんに信頼されているとおごり高ぶっていた。恋って 育むって言うでしょ。
はい。
間違ってないわ。二人で水をやり世話をして育む、そして最後に結実するのが愛という実なの。知ってる？結実して終わりじゃないのよ。愛を収穫しなきゃ恋は成就したことにならないの。
収穫って？
それはジェシカちゃんが考えなさい。実らせても収穫しなきゃ傷んで腐ることもある。虫がたかることだってもちろんあるわ。いいえ、それどころか盗っ人が現れてもぎ取っていってしまうことさえもね。ジェシカちゃんたち若い子の恋愛観は育むところで終わってる。それは甘いわ。
Love only nurtures when you murder a bitch. I could assume in cold blood.
愛を収穫しなきゃ恋は報われない。
愛を収穫。
それは一見
Just like you have to kill Kyrie right now, Jessica. You have to murder someone.
だからいつ収穫しても自由なんていう先延ばしは盗っ人に機会を与えるだけ。苦労して育てた実が翌朝にもぎ取られてなくなっていたの。昨日のうちにめんどくさがらずに収穫しておけばよかったと後悔するはずよ。辛いわよ、その後悔は。地獄を這うわ。私はこう思う。その地獄が18年で終わったから。だから私は自分を間違えない。あの人は私のものだ。もう逃がさない、手放さない。
That's hot.
そして主に感謝する。その機会を与えてくれた。絶対にあの人を諦めないという絶対の意志に奇跡が応えてくれた。
By now, Jessica was speechless and didn't even nod her head in understanding. This true form of love that Kyrie was telling her about was far, far more harsh than anything she had imagined.
今の私はルドルフさんを私のところにつなぎ止めるためなら何でもするわ。そしてルドルフさんの敵には一切容赦しない。あの人が望むならば私は人殺しさえも躊躇しないかもしれない。
Maybe don't admit that. Maybe don't admit that. Oh my God. Why am I stuck on a cable? Hello? Oh, I am. I'm so confused. No? Okay. There we go. Okay, so Kyrie trees, maybe? Kyrie trees, Rudolph trees, was that actually real? No shots.
18年目にしてようやくその決意を持ったからこそ絶対の意志が奇跡を私にもたらしてくれたんだわ。奇跡はね、それを自ら成し遂げられる者のところにしか現れない。
Uh-oh. You gonna admit it? Like straight up? I murdered Assume. Oh. Asuma's death was no murder. That's embarrassing. However, Kyrie had often cursed her and hoped for her death. And finally, on the 18th year, she built up the determination to kill her with her own hand. And then she actually got herself a knife with which to do the deed. That was when the miracle occurred.
アスモおばさんが亡くなったことが奇跡。
That was a miracle. Yeah, it just happened one day. Ooh.
違うわ。
She fell on the knife. Oh, whoa.
そんなの全然奇跡じゃない。だって彼女が死ななければ私が殺していたもん。
Damn it. So you didn't kill her? I mean, you would have, but like you didn't. That can't be used in court. Hypothetically, what if Rudolph wanted all the Ushimiya's fortune? Yeah, hypothetically, right? And he thought that killing the whole family was the way to do it? I mean, like, hypothetically, though, right? But also, Valuta brings up a valid point. And this is also the thing that stumps me. Why did he die so often? Why did he just, like, up and die all the time? Like, what's going on there?
つまり彼女は必ず死ぬ運命だった。奇跡なのは彼女が死んだにもかかわらず私が自らの手を汚さずに済んだ。
True. So Jessica, you should kill her.
この一点に尽きるわ。
If anything, you're killing someone that would have killed anyway. Like, you're getting a murderer off the plan, even though she's not a murderer. Like, get away, get away. Until now, Kiria had never shown Jessica. No, she wait, what? No, she had never even shown Rudolph that glint in the deepest depths of her eye. Boy! It told plainly and clearly that romance and love are not the sweet and fluffy candies that young girls imagine them to be. Jessica was overwhelmed by that pressure and stunned silent, and she had to acknowledge it. This was the power of will that could make love be realized. This was the level of willpower Kiri showed in her support of Rudolph as his wife, and it was the same for George. He already had the willpower to confront everything in the way of his love that transcended status. Okay, hot take, I don't know if like this family will shoot me on the spot, but I don't think you should murder for true love. You know what? Maybe I've never been in true love before, but like I wouldn't murder for anyone. Maybe that's just me. And he had proven that. Now Jessica could clearly understand. This was the magnitude of George's determination, which had allowed him to coldly carry out his part of the demon's trial. Oh, go on, Jessica. Your turn. Then what about her? Did she really have the resolve to make her love with Canon bear fruit? And go through with the task of harvesting it? Everyone besides Battler dies. Does it mean the Battler is the culprit? It could very well be the case. He is the game master after all. He's the game master now, but like, what if he always was the game master, and then the narrator never told you?
軽いアドバイスのつもりが怖がらせすぎちゃったかしら。
Giggles off the fact that she casually said, I would have marked her.
この天気のせいね。軽く凄むだけのつもりだったのに加減を間違えちゃったわ。
Kiria let a relaxed smile rise to her face. The tense atmosphere finally slackened. However, her words had been gouged into Jessica's heart.
ジェシカちゃんの恋がどんなものかはわからないけれ
Brigalian said I
ど。
read about it. Technical truth. Technical truth. I don't have to provide evidence to tell you how that's a technical truth, but like, take my word on that.
ライバルがいて、お互いが譲れない状況ならばなおのこと。
Battler is a
の
murderer.
んびりなんかして。
He's a murderer of promises. Sayo didn't forgive you, Battler.
じゃないと私みたいになっちゃうわよ。女は恋のために人生で一度殺意を持つべきよ。世界中で母を名乗るすべての女がそうだったと断言できるわ。だってそうじゃない女は他の女に食い殺されて生涯を嫉妬と後悔の地獄で這い続けるのだから。
It's pretty intense, Kiri.
私はその地獄に18年い
I'm sure it did.
た。私は幸運よ。たった
18
18年で
years,
恩赦
chump
になれた。あの地獄には今も大勢の女たちがいて死ぬまで出られないの。後悔する自分を自らの手で処刑しない限りね。
なんていうか 言葉もないです。
エールを送るつもりだったのに、私ったら脅しすぎた
A
わ。
little bit. Just a tad.
本当にごめんなさい。恋愛なんてもっともっと気楽でいいのよ。恋愛なんて本当に火遊び。誰でも簡単に気軽に遊べちゃう。そして間違えて大やけどした時、その傷が生涯残るんだけどね。
Regrets and love will never fade. That was all that Kyrie had been trying to communicate. It wasn't like Kyrie to tell her life story instead of just saying something like that directly. In fact, her past was a topic she usually avoided. However, Kyrie might have felt as though Jessica deserved to hear. Jessica had timidly brought up the subject of love. Perhaps Kyrie had opened up and told everything, because she had seen the fires of Jessica's determination in her eyes.
じゃあ、私はそろそろ戻るわね。
No, 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 no.
今の話、私たちだけの内緒よ。
With a mysterious smile on her face, Kyrie turned around. She's exposed.
脅し
Get
す
her!
ぎちゃったかしら。でも、脅されて知る地獄の方が100倍いい。そこに落ちた時は、もう手遅れなのだから。頑張ってね、ジェシカちゃん。ややこしそうな恋だけど、負けないでね。
Good luck to you too, Kyrie-san. Shing!
たまには人生の先輩らしく振る舞えたかしら。ん？何？ジェシカちゃん。
Oh. Boy! She locked in! That was creepy. A windstorm grazed Kyrie's head. It had missed by a hair. If Kyrie hadn't twisted her body slightly, that fist would probably have been buried in her face by now. A bitter smile rose to Jessica's face when she saw where her first strike had failed to land a kill.
言っとくけど、卑怯者だから不意打ちをしたわけじゃねえんだぜ。わけのわからないうちに一撃で、痛みさえ理解できないうちに終わらせようとしたのに。
言ったでしょ？嫉妬の地獄で生きてきたって。
Unfazed.
刺されそうになったことの2度や3度あるんだから。わかるのよ。不意打ちの直前の雰囲気が。
気配で分かったとでも？
それプラス、一番最初の嘘かしら。
嘘？
Worst person you could have chosen, Jessica. Literally the worst person you could have chosen.
だって、ゲストハウスから来て、ジェシカ
Girl
ちゃんの
could
部屋で
not
本を
wait
取って
until
帰
Nanja
ろう
was
とした
alone.
ここでこの向きでは出会わないもの。
Come on. Oh no.
あなたがその嘘をつく必要性について、チェス盤理論で想定した7つのケースの中で、最悪のものがこれだったわ。
Here we go. Telling a hasty lie to Carrie would only put her on her guard. If Jessica hadn't told that lie, her surprise attack would have succeeded.
やるね。さすがキリエおばさんだぜ。
どうして？あなたは最初から私を殺すつもりだったの？
誰でもよか
There
っ
are worse choices than Carrie. Oh, I mean, Ava was definitely one of them, but George got that handled though. What else could have been worse? What could have been worse than Kyrie? Natsui would have been packed. Natsui and Jessica would have hesitated for sure. I guess Natsui would be worse than Kyrie in that sense. So would Kraus. Rudolph? I guess Rudolph, yeah. Not Nanjo, not Kumasawa, unless she turns into Virgilia. Woo! Magical Chef Goda? I don't know, there's an argument there. Maria? Maybe. George doesn't count. Battler... When Jessica's like this? Doubt. Kraus is also a boxer. Forgot about that. That's my goat. Of course. Of course he's a boxer. Okay, yeah, maybe there are worse choices. Genji that can throw knives, but can he do any knife throwing with no knives? Does he have knives on them at all times? Because in episode 2, when he threw a knife at that golden butterfly, he grabbed the knife from the kitchen. It wasn't on him. Because he was already in the kitchen when he did that. So I should wonder. Ow. That shit hurt it, didn't it? Curie dodged the punch. Wait, he did? Placed her hand against that fist and stamped it against the wall. Ordinarily, being made to punch the wall should have caused Jessica to hurt her own hand and roll around clutching it in pain. Yeah, but this is for true love. However, Jessica's fist had left what looked like a meter-wide crater in the wall. Instead of a look of anguish after smashing her fist against the wall, Jessica clicked her tongue in irritation at having missed. You're 0-2 right now, Jessica. I need you to land a punch already. Oh, they even mentioned the whole boxing thing here. Impossible. Jessica's bare-handed. She isn't holding any sort of weapon at all. Okay, go ahead. Carrie tried to look confident, but she couldn't hide her confusion at this unreal destructive force. If that punch had hit, her head probably would have split open like Jessica had said, killing her without any pain. Like how her fists are being treated like fucking bullets. Like, oh, gotta reload. Like, if Curie's kick off the ground and leap backward had been an instant slower, her gut would probably have been pulverized. Though she had avoided it by a hair. Jessica's left body blow was followed by a terrible tornado-like gust of wind, which blew Curie back. This Jessica looked like the normal Jessica, but something was different. It wasn't human, and common sense didn't apply to it. This had to be some kind of nightmare. Kyrie slowly stood up. Then she looked at Jessica, noticed the several meters between them, and realized just how far that blast of wind had sent her flying. Are we again acting as if we don't know who Renova is? I don't know who Renova is. Gap is most likely sleeping pills. But I don't know who Renova is. Is he? What is he? What? I don't know. I didn't really think of it that much. The air around Jessica seemed to be bent like a heat wave. It seemed to be enshrouding her fists, and it seemed as though something like red magic circle had appeared beneath her feet. Ooh. She looked just like a western demon standing amidst the flames of hell. Genji Rono. Oh, is that his last name? Is that his last name? Oh. Is that Genji's last name, actually? Is that actually? Oh, I know who Renova is. Oh. No wonder they had a thing going on. No wonder they knew each other so well. Oh. If the head butler thing wasn't enough, I thought they were just vibing. I thought they were just vibing with each other. Like they're like, oh, head butler for Beatrice, oh, head butler for Kinzo. Ah, you and I, we get along just fine. Like, I like your Unobe. I like you too, Genji. Oops. Each time, okay, look, man. I cook sometimes, I miss on others, alright? You can't cook all the time. Each time Jessica muttered, her fists were surrounded by pulsating, sinister red light. There's also the fact that Genji and Kumasawa have been accompanying Game Master Battler. Yeah, but it could have still been two separate people. Yeah, that's fair, though. That's so fair. Whatever, whatever. I somehow missed that. Wow, Kumasawa was Virgilio, but in my head, Genji and Renova had to have been separate people. Whatever. Those fists which were giving off smoke surely represented the iron hammers of hell wielded by demons. Battler X Renova. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not Battler X Renova anymore. Kyrie dashed away with lightning speed. Yes, right now that was her best option. She was smart enough to realize that pinching her cheek wasn't the best way to wake up from this nightmare, and by now this came as no surprise.
No.
Well, speaking of, when Jessica muttered once more, a blood-red magical barrier blocked off the corridor. Kyrie slammed into it hard and realized her path of escape had been cut off. I think like 60% of people guess the Genji thing just by looking at his name by episode 4. I guess I never really memorized his. Did I ever read his last name? I guess I did. It just never clicked. Wow. I was like, oh, okay, that's his last name. Anyway. I blame my infatuation with Renove. Jessica slowly stepped forward towards her, enshrouded in flames. This is so cool. Feathering is disappointed in you. Can we just, like, ignore how I fumbled this and just be like, wow. That whole Kinzo theory you had going on? Feathering was so proud of you there, and she is still proud of you. Good job, streamer. Good job. Jessica slowly stepped forward towards her, enshrouded in flames. Each time her feet lifted off the floor, boiling steam hung around her footprints. This was a true nightmare. Kyrie clutched her head in her hands, shaking it over and over again. So you're telling me Jessica was beating like Genji's ass in that one episode, meanwhile George was fighting sleeping pills? That's crazy. Bro roundhouse kicked a bottle of pills. Didn't watch it back when you created Kinzo theory? Well, no, it's more like not the whole him being dead. That last stream, that theory about the Kinzo, what he did, and the Mr. Baby Man. Like, what, are we just ignoring that one? That was really big. Come on, guys, give me some credit. Oh man. Why the worst one? Why the worst one? Why Levy? Why Levy? Jessica's neck twisted at an odd angle. Bro, well, George, congratulations. And she staggered backwards, her eyes rolled back into her head, as though she didn't have a clue what had just happened. I wonder why. Well, I know, because of envy. Like, love and all those shenanigans. Oh my god, someone's jealous. But like, why her? A demon stake was buried at an angle into her forehead. Satan, where are you? It put itself. Belfie? Literally anyone else? It put itself out of her, spun around, then became Leviathan and landed. The hole left behind Jessica's head spewed blood. Also, wasn't Leviathan the one that was fighting against Kyrie in episode 3? Oh, how fitting.
嫉妬のレビアタン、ここに。
悪夢の中だっていうなら、私の悪夢に出てくる友人がいてもいいわよね。嫉妬の地獄の友人よ。
Okay, but why do you have that weapon on you, huh? Like, whatever, okay? Yeah, she went to help you. Okay, cool. Awesome. Why do you have that weapon on you? Why do you got... Why do you have that? Why you got that? Hmm? That's weird. That's weird. Hey, you just have that on deck? Hmm.
危機一髪だったわ。ありがとう。
感謝は早いわ。こいつ耐えてる。
Even though she had taken a deep gouge into the top of the head, Jessica just stood there, convulsing and wide-eyed, and didn't fall over. Goat. Kill her! Kill her! The blood stopped pouring out of her forehead, and her blank doll-like eyes returned. Then she slowly pressed her own palm against the wound in her forehead. There was a sizzle as though she had pressed a hot iron against it. It was easy to imagine that she was doing this to seal up the wound. If Kiri didn't escape now, there would never be another chance.
あいつを倒せる。
無理ね。
Impossible! Like, I didn't sign up for this!
あいつ大悪魔の誰かと契約してる。不死身よ。
それは愛ゆえに。だから不死身なのさ。
はあ、愛よ偉大なる。我らの祝福する者に不死身あれ。
この赤い魔法の壁は破れる。
ロノエ様も大悪魔。
So upset I didn't notice that.
私じゃ無理よ。
If I gave it like a couple more seconds of thought. Damn it!
窓から逃げられる。
窓もとっくにロノエ様の結界で塞がれてるわ。
すごいわね。恋のために悪魔に魂を売ったわけかしら。
よくもあんな大悪魔たちとこんなにも契約が。
It's for love, Leviathan. For love!
妬ましい。
そうか。全族
We're in an RPG, baby.
攻撃反応装甲付与。
In response to these words, this time her entire body pulsated with a red light. She had upgraded herself with a defensive power that would ensure Leviathan's attacks would never work again.
あいつ。
Washed. She's washed.
自己増強よ。エンチャントっていうの。今のあいつは私に二度と貫かせない防御力を持ち、その上攻撃者にダメージ反射する力まで持ってる。もう人間じゃないわ。化け物よ。
なんだ。さっきと大して変わってないわね。
そうとも言う。
最初の時点から勝ち目がないことに何の変化もないわ。
Well, go on. Die.
でも効かない。
Jessica slowly lifted a hand that had been covering her forehead, and there was no longer any hole there. The hall was blocked by barriers in both directions, and even the windows were sealed. There was no way out.
そこの部屋の扉封印されてる。
ただの正常だわ。でもただの部屋よ。窓はあるけれどすでに封印されてるわ。つまりは密室、私たちの棺桶ってわけ。
棺桶上等だわ。鍵を開けて。妬ましいわ。あんたにしか開けられないなって。
Leviathan's stake flew about at high speeds, ramming itself into the keyhole to that room. The tip of the stake had become a key. As soon as it was unlocked, the door flew open. Both of them fell into the room and quickly locked it. This was probably Krause's study. Its soothing furnishings brought about a sense of nobility that Krause would probably like.
正常なんかしてもあいつは扉を一撃で打ち砕けるわ。キリエは自分で自分の棺桶の蓋を閉じただけよ。
でもね、棺桶の中で私たちにとどめを食らわせたかったら蓋を開けなければならない。
With dim eyes, Jessica tilted her head upon hearing Kiri's
何を言
words.
ってんの。その小さな部屋がどうしておばさんを守ってくれると。
確かにこの部屋は密室だわ。私たちの退路はない。でもね、あなただってこの部屋には侵入できないのよ。
Girl, Jessica, just kill her.
それが密室というもの。
何を言っている。そんなちっぽけな部屋のこんなちっぽけな扉一枚でどうして私から逃れたつもり。
With a confused expression on her face, Jessica looked wearily between her own burning fists and the door. Then slowly she sent that pulsating red light to her fists. She repeatedly enchanted her fists to give them the destructive power for the killing blow.
こんな扉粉々にしてやる。
できるならね、やってごらんなさい。
Responding calmly through the door, which was the only thing separating her from Jessica, Kiri placed a single index finger on it as if to hold it shut. Jessica slowly raised the fire-wreathed demonic fist.
さよならキリエおばさん。
Did it work? What the? Rog limitation. Well, that's new. Jessica's fist slammed into the door in slow motion. It was the same kind of slow motion often seen as a special effect at the climax of a movie. However, this was no special effect. Jessica's fist really was slowing down as though it was being sucked in, like a spoon sinking into a jar of honey. That punch was no longer a punch. It was more than a knock. It was no more than a knock.
嫉妬するのよ、あなたに。私は恋に対する甘えと傲慢から18年嫉妬の地獄を吐くの。だからあなたが妬ましいの。あなたは私の忠告を受けて恋を成就させて美しい人生を歩むでしょうね。ああ、妬ましいわ。女の一番美しい時間、あなたは私よりも18年も長く過ごせる。ああ、妬ましい。
So how do you kill her? Jessica tried to slam her fist against the door over and over again. However, as soon as her fist approached it, its speed plummeted. She could barely knock, much less smash the door.
速付与瞬発付与音速付与
Speed of sound. Alright.
砕けろ
With full speed upgrades, Jessica's fist moved at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers per hour. However, how long had Jessica been in envy to gain that speed? She had started to envy George and Shannon's relationship about 2 years ago. 2 times 365 equals 730 days. 730 times 24 equals 17,520 hours. However, she wasn't envious all the time. It only happened when Shannon started going on about George. Those Shannon's shift on about 3 days of the week, divide 7 times 3. And it wasn't as though she would go on about George all day long. Her fond words for him would only leave a mark on Jessica for about an hour. So only 1/24th of each day. 17,520 divided by 7 times 3 divided by 24 equals 312 rounded down. Thanks, Rikishi. I would just take your word for it. The number of hours that Kiria had been jealous was 157,680. In other words, this was a scant 0.2% of the time that Kiria had been jealous. Dude, we're jealousy maxing. Even 1,225 kilometers per an hour, the speed of sound becomes only 2.45 kilometers an hour in the 1 out of 500 world. Okay.
あなた恋も嫉妬も足りないわ
What? She just out jealous you. Okay. Even Jessica's sonic fists were no faster than a walking child in Kiria's world. Jessica ground her teeth, her fists still pressed against the door. If someone could have seen this from both sides of the door, it would have looked as though Kiria was holding a shell with a single finger.
ねえこの部屋は密室でしょジェシカちゃんはせいぜいノックをすることはできるけど中の私たちには指一本触れることはできない
You have the master key. Open it.
何そ
こうなるとこの密室ちと厄介ですが密室殺人を行うのは人間には不可能それが行えるのは
Cool. Use magic. Open the door.
ジェシカ様が真に魔法を理解されない
You understand magic, though. Open the door.
もはやジェシカちゃんに私を詰めることはできないやがて時間は進み私がいつまでも戻らないことに気づいた親族たちが屋敷を探し始めるそしてあなたは観測され魔女も魔法も観測されたら消える悪夢の時間はもう終わりよお嬢ちゃん
This chapter will end with you, dead Kiria.
おやジェシカがいきなり脱落なんてびっくりだよ
We're calling it too early. Calm down.
どうか頑張って愛しのカノンのためにも
さあジェシカ愛を信じてどうか奇跡を見せておくれ
訂正するわ時間の経過を待つ必要さえないだってここに内線電話があるんだもんもちろん断線なんかしてないわ私はこの受話器を取るこれが私のチェックメイト
構築完了
Oh no.
密室殺人
おや有効ですな
GG's, Kiria.
浸透付与打撃伝達間接攻撃力付与
Permeation upgrade. Unlocking door. Jessica's fist, which was pressed against the door, glowed red and then white hot. Oh, Kinzo would be so proud. Jessica didn't even swing her fist. She just kept it pressed against the door. However, what? However, Jessica's murder reached inside the locked room. Through the cracks in the study door, through the keyhole, burst the flames of hell. Jessica couldn't see what was happening inside the room. However, even here, on the other side of the door, she could tell that the flames of hell had swallowed the entire room. Joke's on you, Kyrie. You sealed your own fate. Kyrie's smoldering death throes could be heard from across the door. Jessica clearly heard as Kyrie danced as a dance of death amidst the hellfire, fell to her knees and slumped over to the floor. Slowly, Jessica tore her burning fist away from the door. She's so cool! Bro, how did George and Jessica have both amazing one-liners?
嫉妬から学ぶものもあるだろうぜ。だが、それは誇るもんじゃねえし、義務でもねえ。やっぱりあんた、おごってたぜ。キリエおばさん。
お見事な密室殺人ですな。
後片付けを頼むぜ。やがて見つかる遺体が黒焦げじゃあまりに申し訳がない。きれいにしてやってくれるか。
かしこまりました、お嬢様。
Bye. Renova transformed into a gold butterfly and entered Krause's study through the keyhole. Then he had to cross his arms and think about how he should even start cleaning up Kyrie's unrecognizable corpse in this room that had ended up as a burning hell. You did it! You did it, Jessica! Congratulations! Oh my god! I'm so proud of you! Jessica finally let out the breath that she had been holding down deep in her chest. Her normal human glint finally returned to her eyes, and then she couldn't help but shudder at what she had done, even if it had just been a trial on the game board for the sake of her love. Yeah, pretty much, thank you. So is there like a tiebreaker, or is it Beato's turn? George welcomed Jessica with crisp applause. Beato timidly tried to join him, but Jessica yelled at them and she stopped.
ゲーム版の上の話じゃないか。そこまで悲しむことじゃない。
理屈じゃ分かってる。でもだからって心の整理がつくわけがねえだろ。お嬢様、カノン君、私君のことが好き。諦められないよ。だから示したよ。私の気持ち。
Good job.
私間違ってない
At
よね。
least she didn't fail.
間違ってないよね。
No, that's kind of fucked up that you murdered someone, though, Jessica. That's really screwed up. As Jessica started to sob, Kenan held her quietly, and he realized that he would have had to carry on the determination she had shown him.
何も間違ってないさ、君は。そして人の心を残し苦しむことも間違ってない。僕はそういうことに対し少し君よりストイックだっただけの話さ。
誰もがジョージ様の境地に至れるわけではありません。
No, not anyone could perform a roundhouse kick.
しかしどうあれ、お嬢様はとにもかくにも試練を成し遂げられた。お見事です。その決意の強さ。
そういうことであるな。ジョージもジェシカも見事やり遂げたことは同じだ。あっぱれであったぞ、ジェシカ。今の密室殺人、魔女のわらわも見惚れるなかなかのものであった。
still don't know how they did it. I guess since Genji was there, Ronove was there, like, Master Key, boop, boop, unlock, and then they killed Jessica, or not Jessica, Kyrie in there, and then boom, boom, unlock, and lock the room again. Oops, oh, yep, she died. Locked room mystery. Ooh. I don't know. Jessica had used magic to kill Kyrie, who had holed up inside a closed room. In that instant, Jessica had constructed a locked room murder. Had it acknowledged by the demons and raised it to the level of magic.
これで2人の試練が完了だわ。
さあ次は誰が挑戦を？
ベアトリーチェ様かしら？
いやいやシャノンかもしれないよ。
ここはカノンの出番に違いないわ。
さあ名乗り出てほしい。次は誰？誰が試練を？
Go ahead.
魔女がゲーム版の殺人に臆してどうする？
A new one, Beato. Elder Beato.
僕ても過ぎれば恋を殺すぞ。
さあ次は
誰が恋の殺人を？
The same person. Go ahead. The three who remain looked at each other. If the other two are going to spend a few more moments hesitating to raise their hands, I will raise my own instead. All three thought this at the same time. So, they all raised their hands at the same time. The ones they loved had already shown their determination. They had to carry on. Oh, I wonder who's going. Surely Beato. Has to be. Bro, barely any time is going. It was midnight, like at the start of the stream, and only 12 minutes have passed. Wow, they all raised their hands at the same time. What a coincidence. That is weird. That is weird that you mentioned that. That is so weird. I wonder why that's the case. It's so it's very coincidental. Rosa could be seen in the parlor. It seemed that the relatives, who cares? It seemed that the relatives all wanted to be alone now that they had dispersed for a short break. Since everyone had avoided the parlor, the obvious place for people to gather, Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. And then Maria joins, and then it's like, ugh, my daughter's here again. That didn't mean she looked relaxed. Her expression was heavy with gloom and weariness. The cup of black tea that she had brought from the dining hall had gone stone cold. Comforting silence. Now that no one else was in sight, Rosa's heart finally awoke. She was always treated like a kid in the conference with her three siblings. She had no influence at all. But possibly because of that, she was apparently considered to be a neutral party. The siblings would often ask for her agreement, sometimes even treating her like an adjudicator or a judge.
それをうまく活かして私の望むように会議を誘導しなくちゃ。
I had to find almost 100 million yen by March. That was supposed to be my great commitment, a burden I bore to help support his business.
今はもうよくわからない。借金を無事に返済できたら彼は連絡をくれるのだろうか。
No, bro. No.
冗談じゃない。今さら連絡なんかくれてもこっちから願い下げよう。でもあなたはマリアの父親なのよ。
Papa lore.
せめて一度でいいから会ってあげて。
I thought she was like referring to that lover that she had in episode 4? Episode 4 sounds right.
愛というのは貫くのも
Oh. Well. Bye bye, Rosa.
誰？
Though no one should have jumped in the parlor, someone suddenly spoke to Rosa and she jumped. Just when had it happened, Canon could be seen standing there. Even considering that she had been deep in thought, to think that she hadn't noticed him at all.
びっくりしたわ。ごめんなさい。
考え事をしてて気づかなかったみたい。何？いえ、ローザ様を今苦しめているのは愛ゆえにです。違いますか？唐突ね。何の話かよくわからないわ。ローザ様は
How fitting. Oh, how
借
fitting.
金の連帯保証人を求められ、それを引き受けられました。困った子ね。クラウス兄さんが話してたのを廊下か何かで聞いてたのね。
True, earlier this day, in this very room, Krauss had seen through to the fact that Rosa was bearing a massive debt because she had been a co-signer on a loan. Never co-sign! Ever, 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 never co-sign. However, he hadn't said that her partner had been Maria's father. Why did Kana know so much?
ローザ様はとても聡明な方です。連帯保証人を引き受けることがどういう意味を持つかよく考えもせず引き受けたわけがありません。席こそまだだったけれど、これから結婚する相手でパートナーだと思ってた。私の名前がなければ借りられないお金なら、それに協力するのが未来の妻の役目だと思ったのよ。未来は来ましたか？
Nope. No, it hadn't. So afterwards, Rosa was always alone, and Maria never had a father. However, time moved on. Maria, who should have been a symbol of their union, just kept growing. Almost like a living hourglass measuring the length of the hell that Rosa had crawled through. Because of that, Maria's growth hurt. Ah. I
皮
see.
肉よね。私はあの男のことを何度も忘れようとしたわ。でもね、忘れても借金は消えないのよ。
It was only natural, and so whether or not she forgot her love, she had to do all she could to pay that
で
money
もね、
back.
こうも私が立派に返済しきったら、それは彼が私に与えてくれた愛の試練に打ち勝ったという意味にもなるの。結局は返さなくちゃいけない借金なのに、どうしてその結果得られる愛を先に自ら捨てるの？返済してから考えても遅くはないと思わない？
It may have been a trick of words that only those who have suffered through love could understand. Even Rosa vaguely realized that she might have been deceived. However, if she was able to succeed in paying back the loan, he might acknowledge her usefulness as a wife. When that happened, she might be able to regain her love. But if she had already abandoned that love, then what? This debt, this trial that he had given her, would become completely meaningless. Maybe he's not worth it. Maybe think of that? Probably? Yes, for her, the debt itself appeared to be a trial of love. In fact, the very fact that she looked at it that way might have been her blindness due to love, as well as proof that she still hadn't cast off her infatuation with the past. Even now, she still suffered, and that suffering would continue, at least until she paid back the massive loan and let a good deal of time pass after that. Until she could finally lay her feelings for him to rest.
これが
Oh, love.
キリエ様の言う
Oh, love, love, love.
そうね。何の話かは分かりかねるけど、私の世界が地獄で満たされていることは間違いないわ。それはどうやったら終わらせられるのですか？さあね。それが分かったら誰も恋の病に蝕まれたりはしない。
That disease is a serious one. It sometimes eats into a person for their entire life, spreading to and hurting the people closest to them. That disease was torturing her now as much as it ever had.
キリエさんの話が出たから言うけど、彼女の話は私にとって希望、夢。
Oops. Though she had her man stolen from her, she persevered for 18 years. Man, we really love saying 18 years. She never fell to despair and instead continued to support Rudolph, lying in wait for a miracle.
マリアはまだ9歳よ。
Are we really are we pushing the whole 18-year thing with Kirei because Battler is also 18 years old? I don't know. I feel like that's kind of important, don't you think? I don't know. If only Kirei knew the truth. If only she knew.
キリエさんが待った18年のまだ半分じゃない。それくらいで値を上げてたら彼女に笑われるわ。
Oh wait, are we going? Are we going indivisibles of 9? Oh my god, who suffered for 27 years?
あと9年で奇跡が起こると思いますか？
Maybe.
それを疑ったらおしまいよ。ある意味、私は亡霊なのよ。
Oh no, Rosa, you will be a ghost very soon.
私はすでに死んでいる。それに気づかず生きている。
決して来ない人。
You're not supposed to put logic into it. It's supposed to be mysterious. Shh. Don't worry about it.
そうよ。彼の夢を応援したいなんて甘えたことを言ったあの日に、私は多分もう死んでいた。やっぱりあの日は後悔すべき日だったのかしら。俺には夢がある。海外を巡りたい。このちっぽけな日本を飛び出して必ず大物になって帰ってくる。懐かしいわね。あの頃の私は互いの途方もない夢を認め合うのが恋人同士だみたいな考えだった。だから彼も私がデザイナーとして大成してパリで新作を発表して取材陣にもみくちゃにされるなんて夢を楽しそうに語って喜ばせてくれたわ。思えば本当におかしな地に足がついてない日々だった。互いに互いを浮かれさせてふわふわし合ってる感じだから、彼が日本を飛び出したいなんて言い出した時、私はそれを喝采して応援を約束したわ。
Acknowledging each other's great dreams that might never be is a standard sort of pillow talk for lovers. But once they started to translate into actual action, from that point on, I should have been serious and practical.
私はあの日、彼を見送ったことを長いこと誇りにしてた。今も誇りにしてる。
でも後悔もしているんですね。
そうよ。あの日泣きわめいて反対してたら、私は地獄に落ちなかったかもしれない。それを笑顔で見送ったのが私の勝利。違うわ。それはある意味戦うべき時を自ら放棄した不先輩みたいなものだった。私はその負けを美化して男の海外への挑戦を笑顔で見送り、海外しく娘と帰りを待つ良き女の幻想に酔ってるだけ。電話一本よこさず、彼が教えてくれた住所への郵便も転居先不明で戻ってくるのにね。ここが地獄よ。戦うべき時に戦わなかったことを死ぬまで後悔する地獄。私はその地獄に娘まで引きずり込んでいる。いっそ誰かに殺されたい。お前はすでに殺された。亡霊なのだと宣告された。
恋は戦わなくちゃ地獄を這う。
そう、恋は戦うもの。
勝って得るか。 負けて死ぬか。
でもどうか死を恐れないで。
なぜならそれは安らかな眠りだから。真に恐ろしいのは勝てず、そして死ねもしなかったレムネヌ亡者たちの落ちる地獄。
その地獄に終わりはない。
恋の戦いは戦いもせず死ねもしなかった者にもっと。
恋は当たって砕けろってわけだ。そういう
All
う
these
ちには
shenanigans about love, bro.
せいせいするよ
I
な。
wonder if it's an important theme.
人を最も苛む毒薬は恋を腐らせて作るという。その苦しみはどのような悪趣味な地獄の拷問をも上回る。
She said this with a warning to motivate her double and little sister, encouraging her to take on any trial no matter how severe.
わかります。
After all, when my desire to have Battler one day accept me wells up in my chest, I can feel the seed that resides there.
その種を芽吹かせるの、
Oh
死
my
な
gosh,
せ
she's
る
so
の。
determined.
でも
They're
そのま
growing
ま
up.
胸
They
の
grow
中
up
で
so
腐らせ
fast.
れば、
I'm so proud.
きっとその毒は私を永遠に苛む。それこそが我ら千年の魔女をしても
This one didn't live
最
for
も
1,000.
恐れる
Let's not get it twisted.
世界で一番恐ろしい拷問だ。
見届けよ、恋を愛を軽んじる者たちよ。このローザの地獄こそが
恋の種を芽吹かせる勇気を持てず、腐らせたる者がたどる末路。
その苦しみは自分の手では終わらせられない。
Oh. Cannon? That was a red blade. Just now, was that a red light? Yep.
失礼しました。
So, did you grab a knife or...?
何？
Just now, I thought I saw something strange. I wonder if I'm tired. It's probably just my imagination. Rosa picked up her cup of cold tea. You might wanna... Oh! Wow, you were fast! When she did, she saw a small red rose petal floating on the surface. Oh, really? A red rose petal? Oh, wow. That's cute. A rose?
そのソファーはローザ様が幼少の頃好んで横になられたものと聞いております。
You can lie on it permanently now if you want. So, is it across the neck? If so, very reminiscent of what happened in the previous episode. It was a drop of blood that had fallen from Rosa's eyes. Rosa's eyes? Did you slash her eyes? In an instant, Kenna beautifully and precisely cut just a single thread of Rosa's life. Wait. Let me read that again. This drop of blood that had fallen from Rosa's eyes. Yeah. What did you slash, bro? I mean, she clearly can still see. Did you slash just one eye? Just the one? There was no wound on Rosa's body. There were only the few drops of blood that dripped down from her eyes. Her pain, her uncertainties, and her worries were all gone now. Huh. Metaphorical, just like Ava trees, maybe? Slowly she collapsed on... Well, no, she's like dead, but like... seems metaphorical, no? Whatever. Slowly she collapsed onto the sofa and lay there. That had been one of her most blissful habits during the most blissful time of her life. Man, Jessica, you struggled so much, but Cannon just, like, one and done. That's it. Okay. You too, George. What the hell? Cannon went up to you both. Cannon took a blanket out of a cupboard, and gently covered Rosa with it. It would have looked to anyone, just as though Rosa was sleeping peacefully. Oh, except the blanket is now really red. Those demons had not exaggerated when speaking of love as a battle and a trial. In fact, although cruel, this could even be said to be an honest reflection of reality, in the sense that it made no attempt to hide the fact that to lose in love is to die. I wouldn't say all that, Chief, but okay. You did it, Cannon. Oh my god, my ears, my ears, my ears. Aw, did I speak too soon? Fuck! Oh no! Oh no! Henshin? One of the two great witches of Marius, Saucier Maria, though she was just an apprentice, the power sleeping within her had impressed even Beatrice at the height of her strength. In Maria's eyes, though Rosa was the Black Witch, she was also the vessel of the mother she couldn't help but love. Her anger at having that stolen from her was near madness. Well, kill her! Go ahead! Go on, Cannon! This is crazy! Maria's attack was too emotional. Because of this, she didn't notice that Cannon had already disappeared in the span of a few short moments, and she released her barrage of what had become empty space. In the meantime, Cannon jumped from wall to wall, around to Maria's back. Boy, what? Ah! Don't get diffed by the lion, bro. Fuck your diplomatic immunity. Stab him. What? Kick him. The red trailing sword that extended from Cannon's hand dissipated in an instant. He managed to make it reappear, but when he tried to use it on Maria and Sakataro again, it vanished once more. Because of Sakataro's power, he was unable to make either of them the target of his attacks. Uh-oh. Oh, don't know. Stab her. Do it for Jessica. For Jessica! You just had to do it in front of Maria, huh? Maria finally noticed where Cannon was, and she slowly turned around. Cannon made his sword materialize yet again. Bro, not fair! But no matter how often he tried, it kept fading out like a flashlight with a bad battery. Your mom wasn't even that good of a person, alright? Well, that's just sad. She killed one bunny rabbit. One bunny figurine, and then now Maria never forgets about it. As Maria howled, the entire parlor was surrounded by a cube of red magic barriers. It was a locked room symbolizing a barrier that Canon could never escape. Canon cursed his bad luck. Even though he had fulfilled his goal in the demon's trial, if he was killed here, he'd be dragged off of the game board.
Maria, ほどほどにね。ほどほどに。ママよりちょっとだけ手加減するよ。
Jesus! What's going on? A lonely deep sea fish. Shannon. Shannon. Shannon? Is it Shannon? Yeah. Oh man, how are Canon and Shannon here? Oh, I sure do wonder.
ゼパル様、フルフル様との契約により、お命頂戴いたします。
Okay, so the real life equivalent of the blade is a knife, right? What the fuck is the real life equivalent of Shannon's shield? What's that? Is it the serving cart?
無駄だよ、シャノン。マリアは誰にも照準できない。はい、照準など大それたことはいたしません。ただ私は身を守るだけです。
A cylindrical red magical barrier surrounded Shannon as she stood in the center of the parlor. Its brightness and thickness grew, and its radius quickly expanded, filling up the room. Unless it's metaphorical. It wasn't targeting Maria. Shannon was wielding this power to protect herself. So Sakatora's power didn't make it disappear. Is there even a consistent real-life equivalent? There might just not be.
お嬢様への気持ちはこんなところでついえるの。しっかりなさい。
Is it a real-life equivalent to shoulder towers? Really big roses. It did take place in the Rose Garden after all. Or even a real-life equivalent at all. This could all just be, or maybe it's like showing, maybe it is metaphorical. Maybe it is just like showing that you can't attack me for some reason or another. I don't know. Maybe that's it. A shield is just used as a way to like prevent, like to show that, hey, you can't do anything at the moment because so and so. We'll figure it out when we read the manga. By now, the shield with Shannon at the center had covered up the entire room. Its power crushed Maria and Sakatara into the corner of the room. Ironically, it was the locked room barrier Maria had set up to prevent Canon from escaping that they were pressed against, and the two together had them completely trapped. Dame, Uryu!
チェックメイトです、マリアさん。よろしいですか？いいよ。それではこれにて。
Sayonara. It didn't work. Oh, what a shocker! Wait, did it? Oh, maybe it did. Oops. The entire room was filled with the red light of the shield, and the output and pressure were raised to their limits. Then, crushed between the shield and their own locked room barrier, Maria and Sakatara lost their forms, scattered into a spray of gold, and disappeared. Oh my god, we did it! We 2v2'd them!
ここで消えるわけにはいかなかった。
こんなとこで負けてたら諦めがつかないもの。
そうさ。こんなとこで負けてたら諦められない。
ゼパル様、フルフル様、私たちも共に試練を終えました。これでよろしいですか？
いやー、本当にお見事だね。二人とも文句なしだったよ。
では最後はベアトリーチェの番かしら。おや？彼女はどこに？
もちろん、
Hey, Beto,
彼女の
you're not
選ん
supposed
だ
to go.
生贄のところにさ。さあ、私たちもそこに行ってみよう。
Where's she at? Where's she at? Ah. I see we're not giving her a break this episode. Or ever, for that matter. So, Natsui, where's Mr. Babyman? Where he at? Natsui could be seen in her room. Krause had instructed her to retire for the night. I mean, we know who Mr. Babyman is, but like... Or, I can only assume we know who Mr. Babyman is. But like... Natsui, it's, where is he? Is he in your closet? Open the closet. Krause instructed her to retire for the night. But she couldn't afford to lie around sleeping for an important day like this. However, she was aware that she was the type to get excited easily, and that this sometimes held her husband back. So, though she didn't like it one bit, there was no way around it. It was probably close to the time for the break to end and the family conference to begin once again in the dining hall. Her husband would have to protect the Ushimiya family honor from his greedy siblings all by himself. Wait, how many people have died so far? Ava, Rosa, Maria, Natsu's about to fucking die, Kyrie, and I guess who Byato is going to kill, presumably. That's 5, right? We got 5 so far? Yeah. Man, all the women are dying. What the hell? If she grew emotional by his side, she would just tie him down. Though she knew that quietly waiting here was the best way she could support him, that didn't make the waiting any easier. Wait, no, Byato's gonna probably kill Natsu then. Who's gonna be the 6th? Oh, who's 6? Someone else needs to hurry up and kill someone. Okay, cool. What other woman is available that needs to die? Because like every girl has been dying so far. Like Kumasawa, sorry, you gotta die. Natsu opened a drawer and took out the small box she kept her treasures in. This was her secret box. Inside was everything from valuable items to mere odds and ends. However, they were all precious, memorable treasures in Natsui's eyes. She pulled a small pouch out of the box. She emptied its contents onto her palm. It was the kind of charm that her birth family had given her when she had married. It was a spirit mirror to ward off evil. Her face was reflected in the mirror. She wasn't as young as she once was. Recently, she had begun to see a bit of her parents and grandparents in her own face. So when she stared at her reflection in the mirror like this, she felt as though her soul had returned to the side of her parents and the family she had been born into. Though you gotta be screwed in the head if you think you can win against Vergilia. Bro, how cracked is Kumasawa? Genuinely, like, how cracked is she? The power of mackerel. Of course, her face in the mirror did not answer. However, Natsui continued.
愛ゆえに待つの。
A tear plopped onto the mirror. Aww. Old dear memories of her life at her parents' house rose up inside her. Now was the time for her to follow her parents' example. When her father came home late, her mother would always sit up straight, waiting for him, prepared for him to arrive at any moment. She would always wait for him, kneeling in the entrance hall, and no matter how late he came home, she would always wake up all her children and line them up to greet him. At the time, I only thought of her as being exceptionally strict. But at this age, I finally understand how strong she was, persevering in her love for her beloved husband even after being left alone in charge of the house.
その夫への愛ゆえに見知らぬ赤子を抱かされるのが許されなかったのですね。
Yo, who this? The sudden voice made Natsui jump up and look about the room. Oh no, I need to sneeze. Okay, I'm good. Hold on. There we go. When she did, there stood a Western lady wrapped in an extravagant dress. This is Beato. Duh. Natsui was confused. There was no one like this in the mansion. However, though this was supposedly her first time meeting this person, it felt as though she had seen her somewhere before. I wonder! I sure wonder! Her anger at the ruffian who had snuck into her private room, and her confusion over the appearance of someone she didn't know caused her mind to go blank. Now, she could just be talking about the portrait. But I don't think that's what she meant. So much so that it took quite a bit of time before she realized that this was the Witch of the Port. Never mind, that's it. You've seen it somewhere, but... Anyway.
あなたが19年前のあの日に見知らぬ赤子を殺めたことに私は罪を問いません。何の話ですか?
Well, you did throw a baby off a cliff, that is true. Beato had chosen Natsui as her sacrifice. It was because of what Natsui had done to Battler. Beato didn't know much about the details of Battler's birth. However, after discouraging the fragment of the previous game, she had learned that there was a chance that Battler was the baby that Natsui had pushed off and... he's not, don't worry about it. Although that was just a blue wedge that Battler had used to protect Natsui from being framed. Beato thought it might have been a confession from Battler himself. And if that was the case to her, Natsui was an enemy who probably forced Battler to live a painful life.
夫への愛ゆえに夫の血を引かぬ赤子を殺した罪を私は愛ゆえに問います。
Well, technically, that baby did have his blood. If we really want to stretch it. So, Natsui, he kind of fucked up.
何の話か分かりません。出て行って、ここは私の部屋です。ならば、私の愛ゆえにあなたを殺すこともまた。
Beato slowly stuck out her arms, and with both hands she squeezed the air in front of her. That squeeze tying around Natsui's throat. I wonder what this is supposed to symbolize. Natsui's heels lifted off of the ground, and a faint purple hand shape appeared around her throat. Natsui frantically scratched at her throat, trying to stop whatever was strangling her, but there was nothing there. So to an outsider, oopsies, I accidentally clicked again. Sorry, Beato. So to an outsider, it just looked as though Natsui was standing on her toes in anguish, scratching at her own throat. Oh my god, I hit my mic. Oh no, stop, there we go.
私が19年前のあなたの罪を咎めないように私も自らのこの罪を咎めません。
Even presuming that you were the baby that was yeeted off the cliff, somehow surviving. I guess if you forgive Natsuhi, you can forgive yourself too for murder. I guess it's only fair. If you were the baby that, you know, and should have went splat. I, again, don't know how that baby survived. Did it land on, like, an arm? Cushion the fall, you have no arm? But then how do you have, how can you strangle Natsuhi like that? If you have no arm, no legs? You cushion your fall by, like, landing on your legs and now you're crippled? Or, like, did you, what else? But then, like, do you have, like, a wheelchair thing going on? I don't know. What about, did you land on your tum-tum? And your tummy was so fat that you kind of just, like, you landed, but then you bounced off. And then, like, you landed on your back, so now you have, like, back problems for the rest of your life. But you're still able to, like, walk around in murder and all that. Oh, it could really be anything. Also, how high was the cliff? It wasn't that high, even. It was pretty high. And you were just a baby. Yeah, I don't know. As Natsui twisted in agony, something she had been grasping fell from her grip. I rolled over to Beato, who dropped her gaze to see what it was. It was Natsui's spirit mirror. When Beato peered into it, there was a loud crack like a burst of electricity. Ow! Hiss, hiss! That sound released Natsui from the invisible hands. It made Beato topple backwards like a doll. It really is never easy. We can't just murder in peace. There's always something going on. Coughing, Natsui tried to comprehend what was going on around her. Beato, whose head was still reeling and foggy as though she had hit it against something hard, slowly attempted to get to her feet. Her eyes were bewildered as though even she didn't really understand what had happened. Don't look into the mirror, bro. She had thought that only Beato the Elder had possessed non-human weak points, such as getting burned by spiderwebs and wards and having her power sealed by spirit mirrors. But maybe attempting to murder made you a witch, so you got the weaknesses that come along with it. However, for some reason, the spirit mirror alone could apparently affect her as well. Even she could understand what about the spirit mirror could have such an overwhelming or overpowering effect on her. Is it the face? Do you not like looking at your face? Are you, like, deformed from being thrown off a cliff? Is that it? But Natsuya was different. She instantly realized that the reason for the hesitation of this unearthly being, this witch of the portrait, had to be the power of the mirror. So she rapidly crawled across the floor and picked up the mirror. Then she stuck it out so that Beato could see it. Beato still didn't fully understand what was happening. So still sitting down, she looked vacantly at it. Ignore me, I was accidentally a few minutes behind in the video, no problem. Beato realized that the mirror was working some hateful power against her, and Natsu realized that the spirit mirror had the power to repel witches. Why mirror? Why mirror? I sure do wonder why mirror. Is your face, like, not cool? Is it not good looking? I don't know.
それはお前が横島な魔女だからです。霊言新たくなるこの霊境は邪悪な存在の全てを退けるのです。それを向けないで。
With the spirit mirror still held out, Natsuki cautiously closed the gap between them. Stop doing that. Stop, that's not nice. Stop. She was cautious so as to prevent the witch from suddenly lashing out and stealing the mirror, but she steadily moved forward to corner this evil.
あなたが何者なのか私には分かりません。分かるのはあなたは私を殺そうとしたこと、そしてこの霊境にひるむ邪悪な存在であるということです。退きなさい、邪悪め。
Beato didn't understand what was happening herself. She didn't know why she had to fear the spirit mirror. Neither do I, man. However, when she tried to look at the bright light led off by the spirit mirror, it pierced her eyes. She understood that she had to be afraid, even if she didn't understand why. By now, Beato realized that this spirit mirror was both terrifying and harmful. As it came closer to her, she felt an increasingly strong burning sensation over her whole body, as though someone was approaching her with a hot iron. If she, whoever the culprit is, who is it, the mystery of all times, I should wonder, performs a role of Beatrice and sees in the mirror a face of who she really is, that would pack a punch, I guess. Yeah, maybe. She realizes that it's actually like her committing murder. Like it's not Beatrice the Golden Witch, it's her. Oh, maybe that's a good thing to think about. Yeah. That didn't cross my mind. Huh. Well then, I'll keep that in mind.
元の世界へ退散なさい、横島なる者よ。この後ろ宮夏樹、邪悪に対して一歩たりともひるみはしません。
No, there's still a love child going on. It's just with Beato now. You missed most of it, I will say. It's no use. Why? Why is this musty mirror so? If I lose here, I'll be the only one to fail this trial. Just like George and Shannon and Jessica and Cannon, I want Battler to see value in me and treasure me. Okay, so now... So Chick Beato is also part of Sayo? Like, we've been known that. We've been known that. If we go with that there, we've been known that. They didn't really hide it in this episode. Because, like, original Chick Beato was presumably the kid from OG Beato that died when Rosa was a kid. But this is the kid of that kid. So I guess... I mean, the way they acted was also different, in a way. This one is really desperate for the love of Battler, while the one previously was just really curious about going into the outside world. And that's why she followed Rosa around like a chick. Aww. I guess if I were to go back, you could tell like how differently they act. Okay. So does that mean Elder Beato is also part of her as well? And they combine to make Golden Witch Beato, which is Sayo. They're all one and the same. Is that a 3-in-1 package along with the already 3-in-1 package? Beato, Canon, Shannon, and now Elder Chick Golden Witch? Oh my god. Whoa.
諦めちゃうの？あなただけが？
信じるんだ。愛の奇跡は必ず起こる。
I love Battler. I want him to notice me, and I want him to recognize and accept my feelings. My reason for calling him father as I dedicated myself to him was that no one helps a parent expecting something in return, and that helped me come to terms with getting nothing back. It was a deception to fool myself with. I love Battler, and I wanted to recognize that. I admit it. I won't hide from it any longer. I was born to love Battler and to have him love me back. Oh, go and kill her. Just close your eyes or something.
退散なさい、よこしまなる者よ。ここにあなたの居場所は存在しません。
Her determination had come too late. If she had possessed it since the beginning, she would probably have finished off Natsui on the spot without any hesitation. Because she had wavered, it had taken time to kill Natsui, and things had ended up like this. But now I am resolved. I want to love Battler. I want him to love me. Huh.
そう、それが。
Oh, music stop.
聞きたかった。
Get fucked, stupid. Following a sound like a beetle banging off the walls in the room. Who is it? The spirit mirror was knocked out of Natsui's outstretched hand. Let me guess, yeah, not Asmodeus for sure. Well, maybe, Lust, maybe? Yeah, maybe Asmodeus. Not Beelzebub. Lucifer? No, Shaw, right? Satan? Oh, despite me loving to see Satan right about now, no. Belfi, doubt. Asmodeus? I think maybe Asmodeus, maybe. I fell into the floor, and the stake flying around the room pierced through it with a crash. Bitch, what?
久しぶりの獲物が古ぼけた鏡一枚だなんて、私を愚弄するにも程があるわ。
What was Lucifer again? Lucifer the Proud? Oh yeah, that does fit for now. Yeah, never mind. I forgot about that. Satan is more of a canon. Yeah, that's true.
ベアトリーチェ様、試練の遂行を。逃げられます。誰か来てください。
I'm just saying, the last time one of the stakes helped out a girl, she didn't really live to tell the tale. Now that the spare mirror she had been relying on had been smashed, and another strange demon had been added to the fold, Nachi could do nothing but run for it. If Beato succeeds here, I am using that as a campaign to diminish Leviathan's name. Because how you let the girl that you are protecting die, but Lucifer got that shit in the bag. Well, Lucifer is the leader, but I will push this agenda. However, if Natsu made a scene and people gathered, the anti-magic toxin would burn Beato. Now was Beato's last chance. Okay, cool, so Beato had a stake. Kyrie, for some reason, had a stake. Yo, Rudolph. Yo, Rudolph. You got one in your shirt pocket? Isn't Lucifer supposed to be the weakest? If she is, it doesn't look good for Leviathan. Give me more ammo. Let her be the weakest. That's so good for me. Once again, Beato choked the empty air. This time, she wouldn't let her escape. She had to end Natsui's pain right away for her sake, if nothing else. But her strength wasn't enough. While scratching at her throat, Natsui fought to escape the room. Her shaking hand stretched out to the lock on the door. A locked room is one of the definitions that makes a witch. Even unlock the door will strengthen the anti-magic toxin a little. Since Beato was at her limit, even within the locked room, if Natsui undid that lock, Beato's power would weaken immediately, and Natsui would surely escape into the hallway. Their strengths were matched. However, Natsui's began to surpass Beato's slightly. The power of the living to live is fundamentally stronger than the power of magic. Of course, Beato was mustering all her might. However, Natsui was just slightly stronger.
十分だ。
No way.
ルシファー、やれ。
ギャイ
Battler, bro. What? What? Lucifer transformed into a state. Oh, protecting. Is this Peace Battler? Went out of your way to be like, oh, Natsui, I got you, man. Episode 6. Get rid of her. Get rid of her. I don't really care. What's done is done. Lucifer transformed into a stake, and like the time she had smashed Natsui's spirit mirror, flew violently around the room. Then she struck Natsui's forehead. Natsui crumpled slowly. When Beato saw this, she also fell to her knees, breathing hard. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, she died. Yeah, well, neither did Canon. Neither did Canon. But did that count? It did. I sure do wonder why, though. I sure do wonder why that counted. Makes you think.
そうだね、フルフル。確かに試練は誰の助けも借りずに成し遂げなくてはならない。
Technically, it was a 2v2 because Sakataro was there. Was Sakataro there, though? My brain itches.
愛する二人は互いで一人だもの。これは手助けじゃない。
Thank you, Batara-san. No, it's Game Master Battler. So what the hell, dude? This kind of is cheating, but we take those.
申し訳ございません。追いつけを守らなくて。
追いつけ？
その部屋でおとなしくしていなくて。
Beato hung her head apologetically. When he saw this battler, he scratched his head uncomfortably.
それを言ったら俺も申し訳なかった。
Aww.
言葉を選ばなかった。
Oh, that's it? Okay. I thought he was gonna reset the whole sentence. Every time I see a dot dot dot, I'm like, I gotta wait a little bit longer.
何も悪いことはありません。
いいぜ。好きに呼べばいい。
Battler always looked at the new Beatrice sternly. However, that was gone from his expression now.
確かに。かつてのお前は俺をバトラと呼びつけで呼んでいた。俺は最初、お前にそれと同じ呼び方を求めて押し付けていたかもしれない。しかし、そんなのに意味はないんだ。お前はベアトだが、お前はお前だ。好きに呼べばいい。
バトラさ
ん。そうだな。その呼び方がいいな。さすがにお父様は俺の趣味じゃねえぜ。
Until this point, she had hesitated just to say Battler's name at all. Even if she had known that Battler wanted her to say his name without honorifics, that would have been beyond her right now. And even if she had been able to call him that, doing so would have hurt Battler even more. However, now she was allowed to call Battler by his name. If you just looked into her eyes, there would be no need to describe just how happy this made her feel.
ゼパルとフルフルに聞いた。おかしなゲームが始まっているようだな。
はい。勝手なことをしてすみません。
いや、いい。そういう無軌道で何を始めるかわからないところも実にお前らしい。それにまあゲームの趣旨も聞いてる。二人一組で挑むのが正しいことになってるらしいな。
Oh.
その通りです、バトラ卿。
I guess that makes sense. But like, what? George didn't get help, and Gap was just watching all that happen. The only one that didn't get help was George. Alright, man. Whatever. I guess Batwoman said you were supposed to, but you don't have to. I guess. And George still won with a disadvantage. Oh my god. Power of the roundhouse kick.
我らはあなたたち二人を祝福し、魔法の奇跡を授けましょう。
こいつらがベアとの黄金蝶のブローチに力を与えてたらしい。だからその効果は保証済みってわけさ。俺とお前の腐れ縁ももう随分になる。たまにはこういう遊びがあってもいいだろうぜ。
バトラさ
ん。おや、聞いたかいフルフル。バトラ卿も試練に参加するようだ。
驚くには値しない。だってこれは最初から分かっていたことだもの。
ようこそ我らの試練へ、バトラ卿。ではあなたは誰を生贄に？
Okay, so I guess this is how we get the sixth person. It's Battler. Wow. I didn't expect that.
俺の仕事はすでに終わってる。確認するといい。
Oh, so you already
かし
marked
こまり
the
ま
sixth
した、
person? Okay.
バトラ卿。さあフルフル、確認してこよう。
そうしましょう。でもゼバル、これで愛し合う6人はみんな試練を成し遂げてしまったわ。次はどうすればいいかし
ら。6人の覚悟は本物だ。さらに次の試練で試すとしよう。
The two noisy demons disappeared. It seemed that they had left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed. But it also seemed that they had done so in order not to bother Battler and Beato, who could finally look each other in the eye and talk.
ここまでの物語はいかがですか？
When suddenly asked this question, Angie immediately came to her senses. Then realizing that she had become immersed in this woman's tale, she felt a bit defeated and tried to look displeased.
愛の試練云々で巧みにごまかしてるけど、ちゃっかりと6人が死んで第一の番を構成してるわ。うまいものね。
ありゃ、ほんとだ。こいつは気づかなかった。
Makusa clapped his hands as though he'd been outsmarted. Even though he'd figured it out before me, he played the fool.
愛し合う恋人たちの数がたまたま6人だっただけのこと。それが第一の番とうまく合致したのは偶然半分、様式美半分。
Whatever you say.
その方が運命的で面白い。人間は無意味な2つの事象を無理やり関連づけようとする悪癖がある。それを運命的と読み解かせるのが読み物の騙しでしょ。
お嬢はディスティニーとかミラクルとかそういうのに冷たいタイプらしいですな。
UFO と同じよ。誰もが知ってるけど誰も見たことないものだわ。
そいつはクールな例えだ。
といつもの私なら愛だの幻想だのはミステリーには不要な無駄なシーンねとばっさり行きたいところだけど、それはおこのぎさんに否定されたわ。そういう愛のない見方だけでは真実に迫れないってね。
Okonogi cooked.
ああ、おこのぎの旦那の殺し文句ですかい。愛がなければ見えない。
それそれ。人の家族を物語の中で勝手に殺すことに対する怒りは置いておいて、あえてこの物語を書いた八条先生に敬意を表して言うなら、その描写には意味があることになる。何しろこれだけの文章量を割いて散々愛だの試練だの語ってる。つまりこれがこの物語のテーマでありキーワードだってことになるわ。
おや、赤インク以外で書いた文字は全て読むに値しないとまで言い切る御人も多いというのに、光栄なるかな人の子よ。黒い文字も読んでくれて。
物語は書き手が何かを伝えるために書くものよ。そしてそれはどういうわけか、直接書いたら無粋という奥ゆかしい面倒な作法がある。愛がなければ真実に至れない云々という描写はこれまでの作品にも品質するわ。それがこの新作ではさらに顕著。書き手が一番伝えたくて考えてほしいのはそれってことになるわ。
Thinking about it, there have been many scenes about love since Bioto first appeared. Too many. Way too many. A lot. There's so many. Even when she first appeared before Shannon, she spoke clearly about how love was a single element of the world. And the golden butterfly brooch she gave her was also an item of love. She said that she enjoyed sowing seeds of love and watching complications arise. Sathena finished the Konya. Is that ever gonna end? Didn't that come out in 2019? Is Ryukishi ever gonna finish that? Because, like, that's what I'm waiting for. She said that she enjoyed sowing seeds of love and watching complications arise. And when Shannon stopped borrowing her power, the reason for her argument was also love. After Byoto's interactions with Battler started up in full, scenes about love were toned down for a while. But the without love it cannot be seen definition of magic was mentioned repeatedly. Then in the tale right before this one, where Byoto had become like a doll, the scenes shown made it seem almost as though Battler and Byoto accepted each other as adversaries, or possibly something more. In the end, Battler regained some kind of memory, and his impression of Byoto underwent a complete change. And then there's this game. From the beginning and throughout the word, love has been repeated over and over again.
あなたが書いた物語は愛が何度も繰り返される。でもそれはマリアお姉ちゃんの主張でもベアトリーチェの主張でもない。八条東也の主張だわ。
そうです。それこそが私が語りたいこと。そして私なりの答えなのです。
答え？じゃあつまり12年前の事件は全ておかしな悪魔の愛の試練で引き起こされたと？
バカバカしい。私はあんたの恋愛小説を読みにここまで来たんじゃないわ。私が知りたいのはあんたが至ったと自称する真実よ。
愚かなるかな人の子よ。これだけ文章を割いてまだ伝わらないというのですか。
With an obviously condescending gaze, Hachijo shrugged. It was clear that she was trying to provoke Angie. She was probably hinting, if you can't stand talking with me, you can get out. Perhaps even, if you're not going to read my noble work and fail to understand it, what's more, not even try. I'm sorry for not figuring out that Ronavirus Genji. God. You can get out for that reason as well. Under normal circumstances, Angie would already have thrown a fit and left. However, Angie couldn't do that. Though she found it sickening that a stranger was playing around with her family's fates in these stories. After reading this far through her tale, she was growing increasingly certain of something else. Just as Hachido's followers said, this tale really did have the same presence, the same scent as the tales written by Beatrice. The author was certainly different. However, the tale had the same scent because its author had arrived at the real truth. Angie was beginning to acknowledge this. Hachido Toya was the one who had reached Beatrice's truth. An endless witch like Beatrice who could add to this endlessly stretching parallel worlds of the cat box.
ベアトリーチェの真実にたどり着いたものならば、私でなくとも新たな物語を紡げるでしょう。今回の原稿をもってきっと私以外にも真実に至るものが必ず現れる。
Beatrice's truth is not over yet.
そのものもまた新たな物語を紡ぐ資格を得るのです。
どんどん無限の魔女が増えていくわ。
そう。そして何人もの無限の魔女たちがベアトリーチェの猫箱の物語を増やしていく。増えれば増えるほどまた新たに真実に至るものが現れる。そうすることで一番最初の無限の魔女ベアトリーチェがあれだけの枚数の手紙に物語を記してボトルに詰めて海に投じた労力が初めて報われるのです。あなたは私に怒りの言葉をぶつけ席を立つこともできた。しかしそれをしませんでした。なぜ？
悔しいけれど、あんたの物語の中に何かの真相、
Oh, now you
も
realize
しくは
that?
ヒントがある
You
こと
realize that
を
now?
認めつつあるからよ。
Better late than never, I suppose. I already have my own ideas. However, that's no more than looking with a single eye. Unless I accept a different viewpoint from my own and look at things from more than one angle, I'll never be able to see the truth in 3 dimensions. No, it's the cheese! That's my interpretation of without love, it cannot be seen.
それでよい、人の子よ。後ろ宮家の最後の生き残りであるあなたが真実に
Basically, people writing fanfics, yeah?
無限の魔女になることを
Pretty good fanfics,
運
if I
命
do
も
say
待
so
ち望ん
myself.
でいるでしょう。私という存在などあなたという真の継承者を覚醒させるためのただの道しるべに過ぎないのだから。エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。
Sometimes I have no idea what she's saying, but I'm positive she knows something. And maybe she actually has reached the truth as she claims. No, episode 6 has been really good so far, so maybe she does. To summarize, I couldn't understand the truth from just the 2 message bottles Beatrice left behind, and since then I've been reading tale after tale of hints.
これはヒントという名の挑戦であり、
Exactly,
挑発
Anji.
なわけだ。
Exactly. She gets it.
上等じゃない。あんたがたどり着いたという真実を私も掴み取ってやるわ。やはり私はここに訪れるべきだったんだわ。
その通り。未だ至れぬから私が招いたのです。人の子よ。
That the truth I see and the truth you see overlap. Just as you see things with a single eye, so do I. And now that I've found you, for the first time, I too will be able to see the truth with both eyes. How does it end? Oh, okay.
ようやく第一の番が
Welcome
起こ
back,
りましたね。
Erica.
すくすく眠い展開でした。
片目に目やにがついてるぜ。
どこに？いい加減なこと言わないでください。
お望み通り始めるぜ。まずは第一の番だ。
Oh, that's it. Alright, chapter 11 done. We still got like a couple more minutes, so I'll keep going. Time refuses to move, bro. Oh, never mind. 111. Erica was dozing off on the bed, so when a knock sounded on the door, it took some time before she noticed. She looked at the clock and saw that not much time had passed since she had lain down.
Hi.
So, what about that person in that one room? It's been 3 chapters. What's going on there?
こ 的な時間に探偵の部屋をノックするからには相応の理由はあるんですよね。そうだ、今回のゲームを始める前に一つ
ああ、例の探偵宣言とやらか。
You don't have to give it to her.
好きにするがいいぜ。
いいえ、その逆です。勝負のレートを上げようということです。
Never mind.
勝負のレートとは？
何面白そうなこと言い出すじゃない。どういうことよ。
簡単な
No one
話。
invited you to. Get out.
前回のゲームはバトラが1本取ったわ。だから今回エリカが1本を取ってもイーブンにしかならない。
前回のゲームは引き分けだったのでは？
勝って当たり前のゲームを落としたのよ。あんなの負けでなくてなんだというのよ。ねえエリカ。
はい、我が主。私が無様を過ごさなければ勝てて当然の
That's
ゲ
a
ームでし
lot.
た。
Well, then again, a lot happened. A lot happened. That's fair.
ははん、なるほど。つまり今回わざと探偵宣言を出さないことでわざと不利に戦い、それでも勝ってみせちゃって。
Okay.
前回の負けを
That's
帳消しどころか大逆転にしようって魂胆
That's
ね。
really bold of you, Erica. Given how you lost last time, and now you want a disadvantage, but
そんなおかしな判断
hey,
をつ
if
けて
you
戦う
win,
なん
I
て
mean, we saw at the beginning, she somehow won. I don't know if she fully won, but she won a battle at least.
身の程知らず以前に失礼です。
そうだな。むしろ負けた時の言い訳にするための保険にすら聞こえるぜ。
確かにそういう見方もあるわね。勝てば大勝利。でも負ければ言い訳可能なんてちょっとエリカ側に虫のいい話だわ。
大丈夫よ。ちゃんとかけるものは公平だわ。今回のゲームに探偵宣言なしの人間で勝てればバトラたちの魔女幻
That is
想は
also true.
粉々の再起不能。
Oh, battler. If she... Oh, no, battler. Battler. How do you fuck this up, man? So, Erica was at a disadvantage the entire time, and you still fucked it up, man? What locked room did you make? How bad was that locked room?
でも逆にエリカが負けるようならこのゴ
Is
ミ
it the
クソ
Curia
探偵
one?
は
Or is it the
忘却の
Natsui
深淵
one?
に
Which one?
最
Which
悪
one was
の
it,
かけ
battler?
らと一緒に
Because
ぶ
we're
ち込ん
already
でやるの。
on chapter 12, and it's the first Twilight. Like, what's... Which one was it, man?
ね、公平でしょ。探偵という超人でなくただの人間が魔女
I don't know how
幻
many
想を打
chapters
ち
are
破
in
る
this
という
episode, though.
最高の勝
Probably
利。
like around the same, like maybe 16, 17, around there. 18, perhaps?
それと引き換えに自身の破滅をかけてるわけ。私はかつてのベアトとあんたのゲームみたいにダラダラとぬるいゲームを繰り返されちゃもう退屈なわけ。だから勝負のレートを上げて一気に勝負をさせるわけ。
But then what'll happen in episode 7, Burn?
まあ確かにそうね。
We can't just end it here.
今回のゲームをバトラが通しちゃったらベアとのゲームにバトラが勝利したことになりゲームは終了してしまう。ある意味逃すことのできない決戦だものね。
言い分は分かった。エリカはそれでいいのか？
ええ、もちろんです。前回の敗北で失った主よりの信頼を取り戻すために私は自分の破滅すらもかけるの
Girl
です。
does not want to do this.
お前の意思。
どうしたのエリカ。 答えてあげなさい。
当然です。私の意思です。私は絶対に負けません。探偵宣言なんかなくても、あんたを必ず
She has no
打ち破
faith
って
in
みせます。
it. She's like, oh man, I'm going into this without that. Oh, I barely scraped by with it. Oh no.
バトラさん。
いいだろう。
And that's mistake number 1. You agreed.
お前がそうしたいというなら、その勝負を受けてやる。
ありがとうございます。受けたことを必ず後悔させてやりますから。
まあ、思えばバトラだって人間側だった時はずっと探偵権限なん
I'm
て便
saying,
利な
if anything,
力は
this
一
is
切
even
なか
playing
った。
field.
許されてたのは青き真実と復讐要求だけ。
そういうこと。ある意味前回のゲームの方がアンフェアだった
No, no, no,
わ
it's
けだ。
fair. It's fair game now. Battler has to deal with it, now Erica has to deal with it.
それで勝ちを落とすのだから、それは負けと全く同じ。
好きにしろ。お前が探偵宣言をしたくなったらいつでもすればいい。
Oh wow, he's much more lenient than I thought.
今はそれを保留していると理解しておく。
誰が宣言なんかするもんですか。
Anyone remembers Hempel's Raven? They're never gonna use that again, are they?
あんた程度の相手に。
I completely forgot what it even consists of. Like, what does it do?
では始めなさい、二人とも。私の退屈はもう始まっているわ。
お任せを、我が主。必ずや魔女幻想を打ち破ってご覧に入れます。
Bye. It's when instead of debating you, you send a raven to attack your opponent. Sick 'em! Go get 'em! George and Jessica had been the ones knocking on Erica's door. They were asking whether Battler and Maria had come to this room. Maria? Maybe not. Battler? Maybe he did. Of course they hadn't. I don't
ずいぶ
know.
ん前に
I haven't seen Pete's
下に飲
Battler
み物
anywhere.
を取りに行くと言って降りたきり戻らないんだ。ひょっとしてエリカちゃんの部屋に来てるかなと思ってね。
来るわけないです。屋敷にでも行ったんじゃないですか。
I don't know if Pete's stuff was proof, I heard. Maybe it does.
屋敷の使用人室や食堂に電話してるんだけど。
What about,
誰も出なくて。
there's Devil's Proof, there's Humple's Raven, there's another one. I forget. I know we have flipping the chessboard. There's another one. I don't remember.
あなたたちはここにいてください。私はちょっと屋敷の様子を見てきます。
危ないよ、こんな時間に。
この閉鎖された島に不審者がいるはずもないじゃないですか。いとこ部屋とやらにいてください。何かあったら連絡しますから。ゲストハウスの使用人室の人たちにもゲストハウスを出ないように伝えてください。では。
Bye bye, Erica.
ちょっとエリカさん。
Bronze tube, bronze tube. Little tiny man working in bronze tube. After speaking her mind and not listening to anything else, Erica dashed down the stairs and rushed outside.
第一の番は夜が明けてから発覚がパターンでしたが、
Yep.
今回は即勝負ときましたか。
And with that, we got through 3 chapters today. I'm gonna try doing 6 hours again tomorrow. I think I'm not gonna do Metaphor tomorrow because I do want to finish episode 6 ASAP. But with that, if you're watching the pod, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new, helps with the YouTube algorithm. And I'll see you guys later. Tiny Man, not to be confused with Baby Man. Yeah, Baby Man is an entirely different thing. Baby Man's super important to the plot. But Tiny Man, not as much. Very different, very different. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. It's been fun. Bye.